You ready?
I guess so.
You will do great.
In your 20s and 30s, life feels like it's just the beginning. You are busy building dreams, chasing careers, starting families, finding your place in the world. In your 40s, you start to see those dreams come to life. You have worked hard and life feels more settled. The future seems full of possibilities.
But then something unexpected happens, something that changes everything. Cancer isn't something we think about when you're young, at least that's what we're told. We believe we are invincible, that life is ours to shape. And now we come together to raise awareness that young people aren't invincible against these cancers, to understand the challenges and triumphs of those living with the disease, and to advocate for meaningful change.
We must do better in memory of those we've lost, in honor of those who wake up fighting for another day, and in support of those who will soon walk this challenging path. Welcome to ENTERO.
Caregivers and fellow survivors, welcome to ENTERO 2024. My name is Marcos, and it's an honor and privilege to stand before you today, 2 years after my diagnosis with colorectal cancer, to welcome you to this inaugural international meeting spotlighting early age onset digestive cancers in my hometown of Porto. As a tour director by profession, I've guided people through incredible destinations, helping them navigate new experiences. But the journey through cancer, especially early onset cancer, is one no one prepares you for. It's a path filled with uncertainty, unexpected turns, and sometimes overwhelming challenges. Every journey is unique, and some of us find support and resilience, and others aren't as fortunate. Some of us survive, some of us don't, but we all deserve to have the best shot at life. My own journey began when I was 30 years old. I had just come out of a period of immense stress with work, but nothing could prepare me for the shock of being diagnosed with a tumor. Much like many of you, I found myself thrust into unfamiliar territory, facing countless medical appointments, treatments, and tough decisions. But here's what I've learned, both from my work and my cancer journey. Whether you are navigating the scenic streets of a beautiful city or the difficult path of a diagnosis, having the right support makes a monumental difference. It was with the support of Europa Portugal that I found the fundamental guidance and support for my journey as a cancer patient. Patient associations, such as Europa Portugal, are often the bridge that connects patients to healthcare services, helping to navigate a complex system. Their work also extends to caregivers and survivors, ensuring that no one feels helpless. The dedication of these associations to the improving of the quality of life and defending the rights of patients make them true allies in the fight against cancer, providing hope and dignity to all of those that face this disease. And it is why we are here today. Over the next 2 days, we'll be traveling through important conversations, learning about the challenges and advances in early age onset digestive cancers. ENTERO 2024, it's our roadmap. Each of you, patients, caregivers, healthcare professionals, researchers, industry partners, and policymakers, play a key role in navigating this path toward better care, early detection, and ultimately a better outcome for young adults facing digestive cancers. We are here to share, learn, and push for change. It is most important to raise awareness among young people and promote health literacy, especially with regards to the early onset oncological diseases that we can screen. This event isn't just about information, it's about celebrating the strength and resilience of everyone involved. Patients, caregivers, researchers, healthcare providers, each of us plays a crucial role in shaping the future of these cancers. Thank you for being here, in person and virtually, for your support and for your commitment to this cause. Welcome to ENTERO 2024.
Now you go. That's it.
Good afternoon. Estimated Coordinator of the National Programme of Oncology Disease, Dr. José Diniz, Honourable Representative of the European Commission, Mr. Philippe Roux, Head of Public Health, Cancer and Health Safety Unity, dear CEO of Digestive Cancer Europe, Zorana Marevic, dear experts, researchers and health professionals, of course, dear survivors, patients, caregivers and other participants. It is with great honour that Europa Colon Portugal welcomes you to the ENTERO 2024 conference. This event brings us together to tackle one of the biggest challenges in our field, early onset digestive cancers, whose incidence has been increased alarmingly, affecting people commitment to address the challenges that digestive cancers pose to the society. The numbers we have observed are worrying. In recent years, we have seen a significant increase in both of incidence and mortality these cancers across Europe. In 2022, according to data from Global Can, the incidence of digestive cancers was more than 960,000, and mortality corresponds to more than 600,000 people. This data reflects the difficulties that many patients face in obtaining a timely diagnosis, and consequently represent a huge burden on national health system. Barriers such as fear, shame, inertia, exclusion, lack of knowledge, equitable access to healthcare continue to have a huge impact on people and their well-being. This reality urgently needs to be transformed through the awareness campaigns and greater political commitments. The role of patient association is, in this context, fundamental. Patient organizations not only amplify the voice of patients, advocating their needs and the needs with health authorities and policymakers, but also promote greater awareness of early detection and the emotional and social impact this disease have on young people and their families. Europa Colon Portugal seeks to join forces with health professionals, research and civil society, and helps to build a support network providing hope and quality of life, and is also already a partner in Europe, in European research project and about new technologies and new methods of screening for digestive disease. The ENTERO 2024 conference brings together a diverse community of people, from young patients, survivors, and healthcare professionals, researchers, policymakers, and partners from the pharmaceutical industry. We'll all share a common goal: to transform the experience of patients with digestive cancer from diagnosis to treatment and stabilization of the disease. I want to express special thanks to Zorana Marevic, CEO of DICE, for the leadership of Digestive Cancer Europe and bring the aim of this conference. Together, we are building a movement that will change the way to tackle digestive cancer. I invite you to make the most of this conference by actively participating in the discussion and sharing your knowledge. In this open exchange of experience that we'll be able to achieve significant advances in the fight against this disease. I hope that these 2 days will be full of learning and concrete steps toward a healthier future for all, about all our patients. Thank you very much.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here in the beautiful city of Porto. And I want to thank the opportunity to thank you, Vitor, for being with us today, and thank you, Marcos, for opening this ENTERO 2024. So, dear esteemed guests in the beautiful city of Porto, those of you that are in the room, but also those that have joined us online, welcome to ENTERO 2024. Today, we come together for the very first conference of its kind, a groundbreaking moment for our community as we unite to shape the future of care, support, and advocacy for people and families affected by early-age onset digestive cancers. This is a mission that has never been more pressing. Since the 1990s, early onset cancers in adults under 50 have surged by nearly 80%, and the toll on young lives is profound. As the CEO of Digestive Cancers Europe, I can proudly say that our organization stands as a committed advocate and partner for this community. Our mission is simple but powerful: to be the voice for patients, caregivers, and survivors, championing for access to care, innovative research, and supporting that genuinely addresses the journey of those affected by these cancers. With such alarming trends, we feel more driven than ever to make sure these voices are heard and their needs are met. ENTERO itself was born from the voices of young patients who courageously shared their stories during our 2022 focus groups on early onset colorectal cancer. Many of them are here with us today in this room, and their experiences reveal not only the statistics, but the human side of this challenge. They are young people juggling families, careers, and relationships while battling cancer. Their stories bring urgency to our efforts, shedding light on crucial gaps in symptom awareness and early detection, not only for the public, but also within healthcare. Too often, younger patients encounter a system that isn't designed for their specific needs. Challenges like fertility preservation, mental health support, and the financial impact of treatment at the critical life stage. It's time for that to change. Since those initial focus groups, we have been touched by the outpouring of support from young patients from all over Europe, each bravely sharing their experiences and joining our advocacy efforts for greater awareness, early detection, and improved care. Thanks to our collaboration with Europa Colon Portugal and the generous support from the European Commission and our industry partners, ENTERO 2024 marks the beginning of a new chapter for young people facing digestive cancers. Together, we have a unique opportunity to change the landscape of how these cancers are understood, prevented, and treated. As I look around the room, I see the passionate faces of our DICE community, dedicated advocates, healthcare professionals, visionary researchers, and industry leaders, many of whom have been our long-standing partners, and others we are thrilled to welcome into this movement. This is a moment of possibility. New research is giving us hope, and innovative treatments are beginning to address the specific needs of younger patients. We are here to keep the momentum alive, to drive real progress, and to build a future where these cancers no longer devastate young lives. Let's be the ones to make the future a reality. So over the next 2 days, I encourage all of you to dive in, connect, share, inspire each other, and leave ENTERO 2024 with new ideas and renewed determination. Together, I believe we can create a future where early onset digestive cancers are met with resilience, empowerment, and unwavering support. Thank you for your commitment, energy, and your dedication. Okay, so before we proceed, I will just take this moment for some logistic information. So we look forward to all of you joining us for dinner this evening. We will be in the room A, which is next door. Also, please save your boarding passes for the reimbursement process. If you have a paper copy, please take a photo, and please follow us on social media channels, and during the break, please network and take the photos, and remember to tag us. We have also these special frames, so if you would like to have an Instagram moment, please do it. Help us spread awareness. And now, to open our program, I'm deeply honored to introduce Mr. Philippe Roux, the Head of Unit for Public Health, Cancer and Health Security at the European Commission. We are especially grateful to him for attending the conference in person today. Philippe has been instrumental in shaping Europe's Beating Cancer Plan, which prioritizes prevention, early detection, and equal access to care for all citizens. He will share with us today the European Union's approach to tackling cancer through comprehensive policy, strategic funding, and coordinated health initiative. Philippe, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Also, thank you for the word inspiration, which I hope also as a Commission official I can modestly try to contribute today. I will not repeat that because a number of people before me already mentioned digestive cancer put a considerable burden on health of citizens across Europe, of citizens of all age, and that's an important element to me. Not to enter into figures, because my colleague here from the OECD will certainly do that, but just as already mentioned, but colorectal cancer alone accounts 13% of all cancer cases, and it is the second cause of cancer death in Europe. So it's not small. And increasingly, people at younger age are affected. And that's also an important element to take into account. Now inspiration starts for me, because with the Europe's Beating Cancer Plan, we have working on improving cancer prevention, screening and care, but as well, and that is what you did not mention, but we think also very important, as well as the quality of life of people affected by the disease across all age group. And it is also an important element here. It's a first such a comprehensive action plan at EU level. And that's, for me, very important to mention, because it is for the first time that so much effort has been made. And as I just said, to cover the entire path of the disease terrible journey. For some digestive cancer, screening is part of our toolbox to reduce the impact of the disease. Namely, for colorectal cancer, there are organized screening programs in place in the majority of member states, and that's an important and good sign. The 2022 Council recommendations on cancer screening, which we have started in my unit, so this is also for me why I'm saying inspiration, because we grew this also with the support of people. Also, some of them are in the room today. It also suggests, the recommendations also suggest to conduct implementation studies for gastric cancer screening. The EU-funded project TOGAS, you may have heard about, counting on the valuable contribution of Digestive Cancers Europe, is contributing to this aim. So you are very instrumental into it. Once diagnosed, ideally at an early stage, cancer can be difficult to handle for anyone. People before me say it so well with their art and body. There are, however, particular challenges and needs for people diagnosed at younger age that we have also to take account. And here, the cancer plan aims to ensure that young patients not only survive their illness, but that they can also live long and fulfilling lives. And I think that's a very important message. Of course, being diagnosed with cancer at 70 is terrible news, but at before 18, it's a very terrible news too. And it's important that we find new ideas out of the box. One of them is a smart card project, which was set up in January 2023. It goes to this modern approach you have had with the social medias and all these new tools. And it's also with the involvement of Digestive Cancer Europe. So it's developed a survival smart card prototype. And this prototype is interesting because the aim is really to provide support to unmet needs in relation to both medical and psychosocial needs of cancer survivors. So we really consider this as an important part too. The smart card will also take into account the need, perspective and experience of patients. I think, and that's true across the entire work we have done on the cancer plan. So here, patients have been very instrumental by their experience to help us shaping what we wanted to achieve at political level. The smart card hopefully will provide them with opportunities to participate in their care and enhance their relation with the medical professionals. So the idea is really to have an interactive tool here. And my hope is that this tool can be at one point given to cancer leagues, for instance, so that then it continues to exist and develop and grow in all the member states. As it was said so well before, for many people being diagnosed in the midst of their professional careers, the struggle to balance treatment and their jobs can be particularly challenging. These challenges often persist when the treatment has been successfully concluded. So it's not the end of the journey. And it's true that for people, you think when you're cured, then it's finished. And it's not, unfortunately, finished. And this is why we have worked with researchers, and we have commissioned a study on job retention and return to work for cancer patients and survivors. And the study was published last month. So, and it mapped existing policies and framework in member states to protect employees with cancer. And I invite you to look at it because it also identifies gaps and challenges, putting particular attention on the needs of young people. And last but not least, this study has also identified good practices examples. So it's always good to take from others. I mean, today's and tomorrow, it's also this idea which is here, so to share experience and develop. So look at this study. It may serve as inspirations for companies, but also relevant actors in the area of employment and social policy at regional, national, and international level. I invite you all to have a look to this publication, really, and to start discussions with your stakeholders in your countries on what to make out of its findings and recommendations. Because, of course, the Commission has read the recommendations and will take them on board in the responses we try to put in place. But it's also true that it cannot be done just at European level. I mean, it has to be done at all levels. And here, a number of you, I was sitting with some advocates, and really, here, your work is essential, and using these tools and can be very instrumental to your cause. In the area of research, I would also like to emphasize, because that's also a first to me, the strong synergy we have been seeking between the cancer plan and the mission on cancer. Like the cancer plan, the cancer mission targets the whole disease pathway. So we not only cover the same areas, but we also discuss and exchange. So research and policy making are being held simultaneously and research synergy. And I think that's something which is an interesting development at European level. Work focuses on rare and very rare cancer, including pediatric, adolescents, and new young adult cancer. Up to 1/4 of the cancer mission budget so far has been committed to address people under 14. So it's important to mention, also because of the extent of the budget that are here. So research is really important at European level, and investment are huge. Several of these actions, and this is why I mention it here, do specifically address digestive cancers. There is, for example, the DISCERN project. Behind this acronym, it's discovering the causes of 3 poorly understood cancers in Europe. This 5-year project, which started in January 23, looks into better understanding of the causes of renal, pancreatic, and colorectal cancer, including in young adults. Through the pooling of course resources, DISCERN will have sufficient number of cases under the age of 55 years to provide the opportunity to identify specific risk factors and causes. We were discussing also it at lunch, identifying what trigger this cancer is very important, and here research can be very instrumental. I think the second, and very close to the end of my introduction, the second noteworthy research project I wanted to mention here is the OncoScreen project. European Shield Against Colorectal Cancer based on novel, more precise and affordable risk-based screening methods and viable policy pathway. You'll never remember this long title, remember just the OncoScreen title, which will help you to find information which behind is very important and interesting. It was also launched in 23 and is lasting 4 years, and it will include efforts to identify diagnostic tools and groups at higher level risk for screening at younger age than the currently foreseen in the recommendation. So as you see, we have done the recommendation not long ago, but we already look at how can we make them better, how can we go further and farther. And one way to do this is to be more specific. There are specific groups, there are specific populations, most probably that are more at risk. Identifying them will help us discovering cancer at an earlier stage. So truly, cancer research efforts have so far strongly focused on diagnosis and treatment. And thanks to these efforts, we have made tremendous progress in cancer survival rates in Europe. And that's very true. We have to acknowledge that. We made progresses. So we must be inspired, but we also need to acknowledge that we made progresses. And the cancer mission aims also to improve the quality of the cancer patients and their families, as well as the growing number of cancer survivors. So as you see, other important words, I've heard them, but I think in these 2 days will be important to think about it also, is not only cancer, it's not only having cancer, but it's also having a family, having a job, and surviving all that, and how can we have a reasonable, decent quality of life. And in that context, in 23, the Cancer Mission has started a dialogue with young cancer survivors to collaboratively develop initiatives tailored to address their unique needs. I think that was very important. And one element here which was very important was mental health, which has systematically emerged as a significant concern. So it's also, cancer is very technical, they are experts, it's very specific, it's incredibly scientific. But at the same time, there is a human dimension which is so important that was neglected at one point. Success was in the hospital, you cured, great. But what rests in the mental dimension here is so important. So that, I think, with our research work, we have pointed at it, and it's very important to work with the stakeholders, because with, as I said, in this dialogue we have had with the young survivors, we could point on it and developed more research on this aspect. And I'm here beyond treatment looking at late effects such as fatigue, chronic pain, infertility, which hugely impact survival life, especially at young age. I mean, these are things that most of the people just don't consider, and that is essential too, and that it is being done and researched, and I think that's very positive. Concrete outcome of this dialogue includes provision of EU funding to work on late effect of cancer treatments, because money always helps, as well as for a study on provision on cancer care for adolescents and young adults in Europe. So the dialogue also has fed into the Commission's communication on comprehensive approach to mental health, which was adopted in 2023, and into a call for proposal for specifically address mental health and cancer. I'm excited to look at the result of these pieces of work, because all of them will contribute to the progress and help inspiring us. And I think I can count on your collaboration to put all these actions into practice on the ground, because it's very true that research per se, the work that we can do at policy level is nothing without your contribution and your dedication. And in this spirit, I'm wishing a really successful event here. You said it was the first of its kind, so I hope it will continue and not be the last. And it will be my pleasure to listen and also to be inspired by the speakers and the people that will, along these 2 days, being here. Thank you. Thank you for being here, and thank you for your work.
Thank you, Mr. Roux, for your speech, and thank you for highlighting us important initiatives in the area of prevention, in the area of developing new guidelines, mental health. I'm really happy that DICE is part of many of the initiatives that you have mentioned, and we have advocates on the ground who will be happy to help implement these research outcomes. We have I believe, a time for one question. I do have a question, but if there is somebody from the audience that would like to ask one question to Mr. Roux, otherwise I ask my question. Okay, I will use that opportunity. So you have mentioned the screening recommendation, and these are for the people from the age group 50 to 74. Yeah. What about those that are below 50? This is the topic that we are discussing today.
I sort of think I started to answer in my presentation, which I derived a bit listening for people before, so I didn't just use my notes. Indeed, in the cancer screening recommendations, we have put based on science evidence and the work by the researchers. So these age groups as those to be targeted. But I also said that work is continuing, so which means that the more we advance, the more we evolved. And most probably, I mentioned the projects like Discern or the OncoScreen, so they will help us knowing whether we at the right ranking of ages where to look, or if they are in specific groups, possibly an important need to look at younger ages. So nothing is in marble, so it can evolve.
Good. Thank you. Thank you. Then there is a little space here, yeah. So I will have to let you go down. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Okay. Now I would like to invite here Professor Mario Diniz Ribeiro, who is I would say friend of Europa Colon Portugal and friend of Digestive Cancers Europe. Mario is head of the gastroenterology department of the Portuguese Oncology Institute in Porto. And Mario, we are grateful to be here in your city, so please come to the stage. Thank you.
So I was advised about the stairs, so thank you a lot for being here, and bem-vindos ao Porto. I don't know how many Portuguese are here? Ah, okay, some of you. So you need to listen or to learn some of our Portuguese. I was taking some notes while the others were speaking, because yes, I prepared something with the help of Natasha to say here about what is the meeting for, etc. But then, of course, we change everything as the previous speaker just alluded. So I'm truly honored to be, well, in between someone from the European Commission and one of the bosses in Portugal. And I'm truly privileged. There is a famous writer in Portugal that is Fernando Pessoa. Probably you know him. I don't know the sentence in detail, but the meaning is that to have success, whatever that means, you have to hard work, to meet people. Nowadays, you would say network and to be lucky. So I'm truly honored and lucky to be here, as Zorana just said, between and among friends. So I'm a gastroenterologist, so don't feel afraid. I think we have another one in the room. I don't think you do too much endoscopy now, Eric. But I was used to, and I'm used to look at the bowel and at the stomach and in young patients, old patients, and to detect small lesions or big lesions, and also to listen to the questions, and now what should I do, and should I be surveilled forever? So all these questions, of course, motivated me during my life to push some projects also with DICE, and some of them were alluded here. Of course, working in the north of Portugal, as you know, we have a lot also still of patients suffering from gastric cancer, and Togas and AIDA also, that probably will give us some insight on the role of AI, not for those with cancer, but before cancer, and how we can improve that in an individualized way, and OncoScreen, as it was said. But the motive that we are here today is, I think it will be a challenge. So if we think about, José Diniz will speak about afterwards, after me, he has been, let's say, a pillar, but also with some minor challenges, as you have in your own countries, to push population-based screening. But does this model works when we are still facing, for instance, in Portugal, we have quite a nice program in the north. We know the data, so we have probably 50% adherence rate to FIT-based test, but then we have the system answering to all the others. But this is in the north. Yeah, it's a small country, but in a small country we have different parts of the country. So in Europe, of course, you know this, the equity or the inequity is of paramount importance. How can we bring this question of young or even the old? As we speak, we are discussing, are we voting favorably to decrease the age of screening for colorectal cancer, but then the breast was already decreased, and then we have the stomach getting in, or other risk groups. So how the society and we as a group will answer to this challenge, I think it will be a challenge. The other part is, and I think we posed that question 3 years ago, is that we have recommendations for screening, but that will be probably more and more described as once-in-a-lifetime screening, because there is data probably to support that. But then what about survivorship? We have metrics like cure, yeah, quality of life, but does quality of life incorporate all of the things that we are now doing or discussing here, like returning to job, how many jobs we will have during our lives? And this is all of this is, let's say, common sense, because yeah, if you detect early, you will survive. But then what are the challenges for other cancers, and also how can you bring primary prevention to this model? Because sometimes I do a colonoscopy, I see an obese patient smoker, and I completely forgot the risk factors for other cancers. So I think I wish my best luck. I'm departing for my vacations for 3 weeks, so don't be jealous. That's why I will not stay. But it was my truly privilege to be here, and also as a friend to introduce José Diniz. I think it's my job now? Yes. So José Diniz, we are not cousins or brothers, we just share the same surname, and he's the national coordinator of the program for controlling cancer in Portugal, and he's doing his best. But José, the floor is yours.
Hello, thank you for the invitations. First of all, forgive me for my bad English, but I will do my best. Thank you. It is an honor to be here. and to receive you in our city and in Portugal. Portugal is deeply involved in put on the ground the European Bitter Cancer Plan. And I think it is an opportunity for the countries in order to empower and to give better treatments and to be better on the ecosystem of oncology. The next 4 years, I think it's an opportunity that we cannot take this opportunity. And in Portugal, we do the National Cancer Plan that was approved last December. And last month, we started with an executive board that includes 2 representatives of the patients' advocates, that they organize them and choose his representatives. And also, it's like a mirror plan from the ABCP, and we are challenging with early detection, treatment, palliative, we cover all aspects. I think this is important because Portugal has 3 big hospitals or centers of cancer, but we only treat 30%. We need to take with high quality another 70. It's like in Europe. Okay, we have a country with two speeds that it is unacceptable for us. So we'll take the opportunity, and the UNET CCC, the joint action, it will be a fantastic opportunity to empower and to take this, because we are now doing, I work in this morning to make the regional north of Portugal cancer infrastructure of cancer. We need to treat 90% of cancer patients in this high quality and to be prepared to be certified in order to permit it. This is, I think, it's for patients, is an opportunity. For patients advocates, we can, you cannot lead this opportunity to others. To be inside of this journey is very, very important. So, comprehensive cancer infrastructure to give high-quality treatments, and, for example, to have the possibility for personalized medicine. If the patient lives in Açores Island or in the most remote island of Portugal, in the middle of the Atlantic, they need to be involved to access to these new techniques. I think this is an opportunity that the patients must be aware and to be a partner to this new journey. And also to be part of the, in this strategy, we have also 2 important things about psycho-oncology, about financial issues in the 4th pillar. It is important to give the policymakers the important issues. Portugal has a law, it was one of the first countries in Europe to have the right to be forgotten, but it was not regulated. It needs to be regulated. So we have the first, but we need to go there, but this is an important issue. We support the smart card because it's important. We have the diaspora and the patient within immigration. It is very important. I'm a medical oncologist. I'm treating head and neck cancers and sarcoma cancers. One with younger patients, another with the poorest patients that we have in terms of social ranking. And I treat also the GIST, and I had the privilege to treat the first patients with GIST in the 20 years ago, or more than 20 years ago. So we need to be together and to approach, and my work and my duty is to make the bridge between the patients. I'm also, my mother and my sister had cancer. So I'm the only guy in my family that is free of cancer at this moment. So I know what is to be a patient, or what the family be involved in a cancer. The patients, the treatments, I think my duty is to make the bridge with the politicians. And I think Portugal, as I said before, is very committed in all parts of the European Bitter Cancer Plan. Of course, we will more involve, for example, in the Portuguese some points, hotspots like gastric cancer or the breast cancer mutation, Portuguese BRCA mutations. So lots of problems with this, but I think it is very important. This month, we renew the guidelines from cervical cancer, and we also publish the high-risk guidelines for screening. Next month, we'll publish the new guidelines for medium risk, for populational risk, breast cancer, followed by the high risk with the familiar or hereditary syndromes. And after the colorectal will follow, and with the high risk colorectal guidelines in order to the public funds can finance it, the treatments and the screening. And in January, we'll start with the lung cancer guidelines to improve and to start with the pilot studies. So it was what I said to do, to say at this moment. Thank you. Enjoy the city. Enjoy your works. It is very important. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Denish, and your English is certainly better than my Portuguese. Okay, so this was the introduction. Now we will move on to the first session, which is the current landscape of early age onset digestive cancers. And as I have highlighted in my welcome speech, we are witnessing a concerning rise in digestive cancers among young adults under the age of 50. And this trend is reshaping our understanding of cancer and challenges the long-standing belief that digestive cancers primarily affect older population. Today, we'll delve into the latest research, explore emerging data, and hear personal stories that make these statistics resonate on a human level. And we are fortunate to have an esteemed group of experts together with us, each bringing invaluable perspective to this dynamic field. And now I will invite to the stage Professor Mark Gunter, Professor Karine Dehaan, and Dr. Caroline Berger. If you could join me for the first panel. You can sit here. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for joining me in this first panel today. We also have a fourth speaker who will join us online. Eileen Morgan, who was supposed to come to ENTERO, unfortunately was unavailable, and we wish her a swift recovery. But we have Isabel Sorio-Mataram from the International Agency for Research on Cancer, who will present instead of Eileen. Do we have Isabel online? Yes, okay. So Isabel is an expert in cancer surveillance and specializes in global cancer epidemiology and international benchmarking studies on cancer survival. And today she'll walk us through the trends in early age onset digestive cancer, shedding lights on global patterns in cancer incidence and mortality. Isabel, over to you. And thank you for joining us at such a late notice.
No problem. Thank you so much for having me. And I'm really sorry that I can't be there in person. So I'm going to give a presentation today on, can I just ask whether I have an echo there? Or can you hear?
There is a bit echo.
I'll start. in Europe, of course, in different countries. I'm based in France. This news is then coming after a paper being published in the US. You see this then happening also, CNN Health is taking this over. This is then after a paper published earlier this year. You see also even it goes all the way across the ocean to New Zealand, where then a specific paper and report was published then on early onset colorectal cancer, showing then how impressive the increase was among the Maori population, so the indigenous population in the country. And it doesn't stop only among the scientific community. It even gets into the UK royalty. So Kate Middleton, the Princess of Wales, recently was diagnosed with cancer. We don't know what cancer it is, but she has been very recently declared as cancer-free after then a few months of treatment, which then brought back again the whole discussion about early onset cancers in different populations. So are we really then looking into a tsunami? Is this increase seen for all different cancer sites? There's a lot of different discussion. What cancer is it? Which countries it is? Which population is it? Etc. So I'll just present to you then what we have seen so far. And then I'll try to also focus only on a few countries. So the first time we publish on this, so we are coordinating a project or a big consortium which is called the International Cancer Benchmarking Partnership, where we compare outcome, survival, but also incidence and mortality of cancer among high-income countries where there's access to care and to diagnostic technologies. These are then the 7 countries. And then we published this paper earlier in 2019, but it took us quite long to pick up then all the data from these countries. And then that was then one of the first time we saw it happening. So you see in general, if you take just colon and cancer, rectal cancer separately, actually we're seeing quite a good trend of then it's getting down in general. But when we are looking at the younger age, so this is then the group that is then being highlighted here in red, in many countries, you're seeing actually an increase, and this increase has been happening quite for a while already. So around the year 2000, 2005, you're seeing this increase, and quite an important increase in colon and rectal cancer among the younger population. And this is very contradictory to what we see then in the older population or older ages. I don't think 50 to 74 is old, but 50 to 74, we are seeing a really downward trend. And then among the old, we're seeing kind of either then a decrease or stabilization of the rate. But what I want to also take into attention here, when you see the scale, so if you see then the rates, so this is the incident number of cases divided by the population in the countries. If you're seeing among the younger population, this cancer remained to be a very rare incident. So you see then the rate at that time, the highest then around 3 to 4 for some cancer. This is then colon and rectal separately, of course. And then if you see it then for the 50 to 74, this is then 10 times, 20 times more. And then if you're seeing among the 75 years old, this is 100 times more. So it is much more of a problem still, at least then at that time, among the older age group. It is increasing among the younger age group, but as in terms of a problem, the problem is much higher than among the older ages. So we see then that kind of then differences in going up and going down, the trends, but also the magnitude of the burden. Just then to summarize it a bit in terms of changes over time, we can make this kind of graphics where you see then the graphics, the bars that's on the right-hand side shows that there is an increase, and it shows an increase, for example, just picking up Denmark here. We saw then among the younger age group, 3% increase every year for colorectal cancer, so colon on the top, rectal on the bottom, every year in terms of the rates. And again, this is then contradictory to what we see in the older ages, where we have been quite successful in putting down, in shifting then the trend downwards, where we're seeing over the last 10 years quite a decrease. So it can be even in New Zealand up to 3% decrease among the 50 to 74 years old. Again, while we're in the younger age group, we're seeing much more of an increase. So where are we today? Just within some of the important digestive cancer or colorectal cancer as in terms of the burden in Europe. So if we see all cases of cancer in Europe today, we have around 4.5 million new diagnoses of cancer in 2022. The most important cancer remains to be breast cancer, but it's really not far away from colorectal cancer combined. I almost say it's in the same magnitude. So there's the same number of cases of breast cancer and colorectal. Please remember as well that for breast cancer, only females are included, and for colorectal cancer, we have then men and women together in that pie chart. The last one that you don't see there, then the reddish color, is then pancreatic cancer that we've been seeing actually quite an increase in a lot of different societies or countries. When we see among the younger age groups, so 25 to 49 years old, breast cancer become then one of the most important diagnoses. So 25% of all diagnoses of cancer is then breast cancer. And then colorectal cancer then fall down a little bit in terms of its importance. Colorectal cancer is then number 5, but still quite important with around 6%, 7% of all cancer diagnoses in that age group. And finally, if we see then among the oldest age group, so this is coming back in terms of that magnitude and number again, 4 million cases out of the 4.4, they're all then among those age 50 and older, and colorectal cancer is then the most important cancer there, followed by prostate cancer. So 12% or 12% then all of cancer diagnosed and in this age group are then colorectal cancer. So we saw then what we are today, we saw then some kind of a historical note in terms of the trend of colorectal cancer. So let's move on then. We have now data almost to 2022 in terms of trends in different countries. Where are we with colorectal cancer and how are we doing with other parts of Europe? We saw then Norway, UK, and Denmark recently. How about then the rest of Europe? Are we seeing then the same trend? So this is a much more up-to-date data. You see then the data come at least until 2022. We're seeing then first a pattern in Northern Europe. So this is then the same data as what you saw before, but then a bit up-to-date. Norway, you see then an increase there. This is colon and rectal cancer together. So then you see a bit of a double of the number of what you saw before. You see an increase. You see that increase again as well in almost all of Nordic countries, but you see that increase as well happening in the Baltic countries. So in Estonia, in Latvia, then you see then an increase. In Lithuania, a bit of stable, but you see then more recently an increase as well. In terms of the timing, you see then different timing happening. In some countries, it's happening already since 1995, in some a bit more delayed, but overall in this Northern European country, we see that increase. When we're going to Western Europe, so this is then where I am today, France, you see then that increase. You see then the increase as well in the Netherlands, but it feels like it's getting a bit more stable. So in France, it's going down a little bit. The Netherlands, then it's slowing down in the last few years. And the timing, if you see then, except for the exceptions of the Netherlands, it's kind of shoved a bit closer to what we are seeing today. So after 2005, when we are seeing Southern Europe, so this is where you are with all the sun, in terms of the magnitude, we are quite similar, so around 4 per 100,000. but that increase has been observed only more recently. So after 2010, you see then a bit of an increase, but overall, in a lot of these countries, we're seeing still quite a stable kind of trend over time. This is then Eastern Europe, data from Croatia and Belarus, Poland. It's difficult to see because the numbers are small, but in Belarus and Croatia, we saw that an increase as well, even then more recent than all the other regions. So you see first an increase, some are already slowing down, and you see different timing in terms of what happens and when. Just then to give very similar picture as before, including more European countries. On the right-hand side, you see then the percentage increase in the different countries. So in Iceland, you see 6% increase for this young onset colorectal cancer. In the UK, you see then 4.5% increase every year in terms of the rates. You see then overall quite an important increase in terms of the rate also of new cancer cases. But what is the good news, and then I think sometimes we have to show part of that good news as well. In terms of the mortality, there's not such an important increase, at least not yet. So in terms of management, probably we're still doing quite some good job in then managing some of these cases. That's not true for some of the countries, so we can ask Mark what is then happening in the UK. In the UK, we are also seeing then an increase in terms of mortality for colorectal cancer among the youngest age group. That's true as well for Latvia and for Austria, but for the rest of European countries, actually we're seeing quite a favorable trend in terms of mortality from colorectal cancer. I'm not going to go into all other digestive cancer. I'm just picking up one here just to pick up a point or make an example. And then I picked up on stomach cancer. It's an easy one. And it's, I think, one of the success in terms of cancer prevention and control. Even if it's unintended, we've been seeing quite a decrease of stomach cancer in a lot of the Northern European countries, a very strong decrease. But what we've been seeing actually quite an increase in a more recent period in terms of stomach cancer. And there's a lot of then theories on this and what is then happening. We see it then a little bit in France, but not so much in some of the other Western European countries. In the Southern European countries, it's an even stronger decrease than if we see here, for example, in Spain. And then in terms of Eastern European countries, we saw that continuous decline, unlike than what we are seeing in the Northern European country. We published this paper, and then we did also a bit of a prediction to see then, because we're seeing this increase, especially among the youngest age groups. So this, again, another example of early onset cancer for stomach cancer. We tried to look into then non-cardia and cardia gastric cancer because they have very different causes. Some part of gastric cancer or stomach cancer are highly linked to obesity, and whether that could explain and what we will then see in the future in terms of how we're seeing the trend of obesity. And that is then one of the paper trying to look into all that. So where are we seeing then in terms of the future? So I'm just giving you an example for colorectal cancer. So this is then the data. In the blue part, you see the number of colorectal cancer today by different European regions. In the red part, you see then the increase that we're expecting in the future for colorectal cancer in the different regions. And you see then overall an increase. And this increase is mainly linked to the changes of the population structure. European population are becoming older and older. We're having then more people of older ages, and that brings the number of colorectal cancer higher. And actually, because of that changes of the structure in terms of the total number that we're going to see, so we're not looking at rate, but number of cases, in terms of colorectal cancer, we're actually going to see a decrease because the pool of people who are at younger ages, so 25 to 49, are actually becoming smaller. And then therefore, the number of cases that's happening in that age group are decreasing in many countries in Europe. And then that is then what you see in contrary again, a very different contrast. So the older age group are the one that's going to drive the increase in terms of number of colorectal cancer in the future. And this picture, just the important impact of population aging, is what we're seeing for all different types of cancer all over Europe. So just then to conclude, we are seeing increases in incidence of early occurrence cancer, and we're seeing this for many different types of digestive cancer, especially for colorectal cancer, but not all. We're seeing also some successes in terms of reducing the burden, even in the early ages. We're seeing it in some countries, but not all as well. So we're seeing in tremendous variation in terms of incidence, trend changes, etc. And then we're seeing a very different picture in terms of the mortality trends. They can be very different. I think this exercise have been very useful in terms of bringing in hypotheses. What are then the potential causes? What are then the implications? We're discussing a lot in terms of the determinant risk factors. We're talking about genetics. We're looking into exposome. There's many research that's now blooming or growing then from the ideas and from the data that we're showing, looking into life course studies, etc. that I think will then give us better answer in the future. In terms of the data that we show today, it would be really good then to do even more analysis. This is a really basic analysis that I've shown today, to look at it by subtypes. There's a lot of insight we can get by subtypes, by sex, using different methodology, compare it and link it with changing of prevalence of risk factors. But in all, having multidisciplinary collaboration, what you're having there, discussion and networking with people from different stakeholders are really important. And especially then to think of the translation of this finding into prevention and practice and clinical practice. This is just my last graphic. This is the graphic in terms of the distribution of colorectal cancer in the UK, where we saw the biggest increase in 2022. So we're seeing then in terms of numbers, below 50 years old colorectal cancer patients contribute about 5% of all the cases. We're seeing then much more still among the 75 years old and older. And then if we're seeing the future, again, this is because of driven by the population aging, we're actually seeing a decrease in terms of proportion. Where I'm not talking about the number, but then in terms of the proportion, we're going to see less actually of the younger ages patients. And we are going to see much more of the older old. So thank you so much. I hope that gives them a bit of basis of discussions, and also then a good kind of then continuation for the next speakers for their finding, and looking forward then to discuss this further with you during this session. Thank you.
Thank you, Isabel, for sharing these insights on trends of the early age onset digestive cancers. And now let's dive deeper into the topic. Professor Mark Gunter will present us with the epidemiology of early age onset digestive cancers. Mike's research focuses on the influence of nutrition, diabetes, and obesity on cancer development and prognosis, emphasizing the impact of metabolic syndrome and endocrine pathways on cancer risk. He leads large-scale projects, including Discern, that was mentioned, that we are glad to be part of, and Discern aims to uncover the causes and geographical distribution of renal, pancreatic, and colorectal cancer in Europe. So, Mark, the floor is yours, and thank you for coming.
Okay, thank you very much for inviting me to this really exciting and very important meeting. So we've just had a very nice presentation from Isabel on the descriptive epidemiology of early onset digestive cancers. And what I'm going to do now is to talk about the epidemiology of these cancers, and particularly to try to identify risk factors and causes, because I think that's crucial for developing prevention strategies. So while I'm going through my presentation, I think there's several questions I would like us all to bear in mind, because I think this really frames the research that we're doing within this space. So I think firstly, are the risk factors for early onset digestive cancers the same as later onset cancers? So there's been a wealth of research and epidemiology published in, let's say, the last 40 years, identifying risk factors for various cancers, including digestive cancers. So it's, I think, a logical question to ask, do early onset cancers have the same risk factors as the general cancers occurring in later ages? And does the rising influence reflect a birth cohort effect? So is it that there are secular changes in some of the risk factors which have taken place in recent decades, which is now driving the increased incidence of several of these earlier these digestive tract cancers? Secondly, are the magnitude and nature of these associations different between early and later onset cancers? Is it that certain risk factors have a stronger association with early onset versus later onset cancers? And could that explain, along with the secular trends, some of these increases in incidence of early onset cancers? But also importantly, are there novel risk factors and certain susceptibilities for early onset cancers which are driving these increasing trends? And can we identify novel risk factors using, for example, exposomics approaches, but also combining epidemiology with experimental approaches to identify causal risk factors and pathway underlying the development of early onset cancer? So just to give a very broad overview, and this is a very nice review on proposed epidemiological risk factors for early onset cancer, GI tract cancers, and I think the author of this review is attending the meeting. This gives a very nice overview of some proposed risk factors for early onset digestive tract cancers. So, for example, on the left we have high body mass index. So we know that obesity is a causal risk factor for a number of different digestive tract cancers, for example, colorectal cancer, pancreatic cancer. And it's been proposed that it might also be a risk factor for some of the early onset cancers. And there's a certain logic to that, because we know that the obesity is becoming much more prevalent in society. So we've seen quite substantial increases in the prevalence of obesity in the last 30 or 40 years. So it stands to reason that with that increase in obesity in the population, could that then lead to younger people developing obesity-linked cancers at a younger age? Smoking is an established risk factor for a number of different digestive tract cancers, and has been proposed to maybe underlie also some of the early onset cancers, although we see, particularly in European countries, there's been a reduction in smoking in recent decades, really as a result of kind of smoking prevention measures. Alcohol consumption, we know alcohol is an important risk factor for colorectal cancer, stomach, liver, pancreatic cancer. Can some of the trends in alcohol drinking, which have taken place in European countries over the last 30, 40 years, explain some of the increasing incidence? Metabolic factors, so high fasting plasma glucose, diabetes, metabolic syndrome, I'll be talking about that in a moment in my presentation. Reductions in physical activity, increasing sedentary behavior. We know these are, again, risk factors for colorectal cancer, pancreatic cancer, liver cancer. And we know that, as a whole, the population has become more sedentary. So could that be an important driver? And then other factors, for example, increased consumption of sugary drinks, ultra-processed foods. These are all very topical issues at the moment, because we know there's increasing literature suggesting that these could be playing a role in certain cancers. And these are certain elements which have become more common in society over the last 30 or 40 years. Then also certain microbial-related factors. So, for example, EBV, increased use of antibiotics, which has become much more prevalent over the last 40 or 50 years, disrupting the gut microbiome, for example, and also microbial changes within the GI tract, have all been proposed as potential hypotheses linking or underlying early onset cancers. But I think there's an important but, is that we really have very limited data on these within population-based studies. So it's really challenging to try to investigate these risk factors in relation to these cancers within large-scale, high-quality epidemiological studies, because firstly, these cancers are still comparatively rare. So as Isabel outlined, even though colorectal cancer has become much more common among people below the age of 50, the rates are still an order of magnitude lower than what they are for people above age 50. So it's still a comparatively rare disease in the population. So having sufficient number of cases within large-scale prospective studies is a real challenge, and that's something that we're trying to address within our research. So moving straight onto that point, so I'm really going to be talking primarily about colorectal cancer and early onset colorectal cancer today, but I think some of the points that I'll be touching upon are applicable to other digestive tract cancers. So in this figure summarizes all the current literature we currently have and studies linking different colorectal cancer risk factors to early onset colorectal cancer. And these can be broken down into different types of studies. So on the top we have case control studies, then we have a large body of data coming from record linkage studies, and at the bottom we have data from prospective cohorts. And then on the top we have different risk factors, and then red indicates there's a positive association which has been concluded between that particular risk factor and early onset colorectal cancer, and green as inverse or potential protective effect of that risk factor. So really the first thing that jumps out at you is there's a lot of white cells. So in fact there's a lot that we don't know regarding risk factors for these cancers. And many of these studies actually were inconclusive, primarily, I think, because of low number of cases, but also lack of high quality and available data. But what you can see is that certainly some of these studies showed a potential positive association between high BMI and early onset colorectal cancer, so several of the record linkage studies, some of the case control studies. There was this inverse association between physical activity and early onset colorectal cancer, particularly in the case control studies. But then if we look down the bottom, so these are the prospective cohorts. So these are studies where we have pre-diagnostic information on these risk factors among people who we then follow for many decades to identify then kind of contemporaneous relationships between risk factors and these cancers. And we see there's a really very small number of prospective studies which have been conducted on early onset colorectal cancer, primarily because of very low number of cases which have accrued within these cohorts. But nevertheless, some of the cohorts have identified some associations. So, for example, obesity, high consumption of sugar-sweetened beverages, potentially ultra-processed foods, physical activity as a potential inverse association, and also vitamin D. But I think the conclusion from this is that currently there's a lot that we don't know, and there's a lack of available data. We're trying to address this by really going for very large sample sizes and very large studies where we try to pull data from prospective cohorts, because that's really where we need to go with this. We need to have data from hundreds of thousands of people to have a sufficient number of incident cases of early onset colorectal cancer to be able to address some of these questions with adequate precision and to have confidence in the findings. So myself and Peter Campbell, who's based in New York, we've put together a project within the NCI COA consortium, which is a consortium of around 40 prospective cohorts from around the world, all with pre-diagnostic information on cancer risk factors. And putting these data together, we estimate that with around 3.8 million participants, based on the data the cohorts will give us, we'll have just under 3,000 cases of colorectal cancer occurring before the age of 50, and then around just under 20,000 occurring between ages 50 and 64, and then more than 35,000 occurring after the age of 65, which is where colorectal cancer is more common. So in total, we expect to have around 58,000 people with a colorectal cancer diagnosis, where we have pre-diagnostic information on various colorectal cancer risk factors, diet, and also blood samples, because that then gives us the opportunity to identify either potential biomarkers or molecular factors which we can identify within blood samples, which are then related to development of these cancers. So this project is very much in its infancy, so we got some funding over the last couple of years to start collating these data and pooling the data across these different international cohorts. But in the meantime, we've started doing some work with some of the European data, which we have access to. So this is a pooled analysis where we combine data from 3 large prospective cohort studies in Europe. So the European Prospective Investigation into Cancer, or EPIC, which is 10 European countries, NOAC, which is a cohort of Norwegian women, and the UK Biobank. And collectively, this gives us about 1.2 million individuals. So currently, among those 1.2 million individuals, we have around 1,369 cases of early onset colorectal cancer. And if you, again, contrast that with the 13,000 cases which occur among people above the age of 50, you can really see where this problem in terms of sample size comes in, and where we need these large pooled analyses. But this is the first and the largest study to be conducted currently on risk factors for early onset colorectal cancer. And in this slide, we can see the results for different anthropometric measures, so height, body mass index, waist circumference, and waist to hip ratio, which themselves are all established risk factors for later onset colorectal cancer. So here we were able to look at these in relation to early onset disease. And I think the take-home message is that generally we see very much the same patterns of associations for early onset colorectal cancer as what we do for later onset colorectal cancer. So we see positive associations between body mass index, particularly in men, higher waist circumference, higher waist to hip ratio, all increasing risk of early onset colorectal cancer. But a couple of interesting things came out of these analyses. So firstly, we do seem to see that the association between high BMI and early onset colon cancer seems to be stronger among early onset colorectal cancer versus later onset colorectal cancer. So you can see in the middle, where it's highlighted in bold, relative risk for early onset colorectal cancer in men were 1.55 versus 1.25 in later onset disease. And this was significant, and likewise for waist circumference. So it does suggest that maybe obesity might be having a stronger effect on early onset colorectal cancer versus the later onset disease, and particularly among men. We also looked at smoking, alcohol, physical activity, and diabetes, and again, we see generally very similar patterns in the associations between the early onset and the later onset disease. A couple of things, again, which stand out to some degree. So, for example, for former smoking, so people who have smoked in the past, we see a strong association for later onset colorectal cancer versus early onset colorectal cancer. And then for diabetes, so along the bottom, again, we see some differences, particularly for rectal cancer. So diabetes seems to be a stronger risk factor for early onset rectal cancer versus later onset rectal cancer. Again, numbers are fairly small here because diabetes among people below the age of 50 is still relatively uncommon, even though we are seeing increases in diabetes and obesity in this age group. Alongside some of these epidemiological analyses, we've also been doing some genetic studies. We did the first genome-wide association study for early onset colorectal cancer. This was led by our postdoc, Ruhina Laskar, and was published last year. And in this, we again brought together data from a very large colorectal cancer consortia across the world, where we had around 6,000 colorectal cancer cases occurring below the age of 50. But again, contrast this to later onset colorectal cancer, where we had more than 70,000 cases. But it did allow us to identify, firstly, two novel loci, two genetic variants which were specifically associated with early onset colorectal cancer. And we also verified that the established colorectal cancer loci linked to later onset disease also seem to be risk factors for early onset colorectal cancer. What these genetic studies also highlighted was that several pathways seem to be enriched among the early onset colorectal cancer. So, for example, DNA repair, immune infection, and also insulin signaling. So PI3 kinase signaling seems to be particularly enriched among these early onset colorectal cancer cases. And it's been proposed that potentially these early onset diseases might be reflecting kind of a metabolic effect. So this kind of accelerated aging, which might be taking place within colorectal mucosa, driven by insulin and other kind of metabolic factors. And I'll come back to that in a moment. With the genetic data, we're also able to perform Mendelian randomization studies. So this is where we use genetic instruments, which are indicators of environmental risk factors, and we can then relate those to colorectal cancer to complement the observational analyses. And the advantage of using menu randomization is that we overcome some of the limitations from observational research, for example, confounding, reverse causality, other biases. So in general, so if you look at genetically predicted obesity measures, so waist-to-hip ratio, waist circumference, body fat, again, we see significant positive associations between genetically predicted obesity and early onset colorectal cancer, very much consistent with what we see for later onset disease. If we look at diet and lifestyle, again, a couple of interesting observations. So firstly, alcohol. So we've seen in the observational literature that alcohol is a significant risk factor for colorectal cancer. The observational data that I showed you just previously on the kind of small pooled analysis, we didn't see a strong association there. But if we look at genetically predicted alcohol consumption, which has been used as a proxy for alcohol drinking, we do see a very strong association between alcohol and early onset colorectal cancer. And it's been hypothesized that maybe some of the increases we're seeing in early onset colorectal cancer in recent years might be reflecting changes in alcohol consumption patterns in Europe in previous decades, and potentially also binge drinking, which is much more common among people who are now in their 40s and 50s. If we look at glycemic traits, another important observation is around fasting insulin. So as I indicated in the from the genome-wide association studies, we see enrichment for PI3 kinase signaling, which is part of the insulin signaling cascade. And here we see for genetically predicted fasting insulin, quite a substantial increased risk for early onset colorectal cancer, so greater than 2-fold higher risk of developing early onset colorectal cancer per standard deviation change in fasting insulin. And just to contrast this, for later onset colorectal cancer, the association is somewhat weaker. So it is a significant positive association, but there we see relative risk around 1.65, which is significantly lower than what we see for the early onset disease. So again, some supporting evidence which goes along with the diabetes findings I showed you, that metabolic dysregulation, insulin, metabolic syndrome might be particular drivers of early onset colorectal cancer. So now I'm going to move on to talk about the Discern project, which has already been mentioned a few times today. And this is an attempt to obtain novel insights into the causes of 3 different cancers with a particular emphasis on early onset cancers. So Discern is a project that was funded by the EU Cancer Mission. It's jointly coordinated by IARC and myself at Imperial College. And what we're trying to do is to identify novel cancer risk factors for 3 cancers which have been increasing in Europe, and for which we see quite marked variation in incidence rates between different European countries. So the 3 cancers are kidney, pancreatic, and colorectal cancer. So obviously, pancreatic and colorectal will be particularly of interest to the audience today. And some of the rationale for Discern is really driven by these maps. So this variation in incidence rates between different European countries. So if we look at, for example, pancreas and colorectal cancer, so the deeper the shading, the higher the incidence of that particular cancer in that country. What you can see straight away is that there's quite marked variation across Europe in terms of incidence rates. So for pancreatic cancer, the highest rates are in Czech Republic, Austria, Hungary, Estonia. Comparatively lower rates in Western European countries, so UK, Ireland, Spain, Portugal. Colorectal cancer, the pattern is somewhat different. So there, the highest rates are in Hungary, Slovakia, Norway, which particularly among women, Norway has the highest rate of colorectal cancer in Europe at the moment. Denmark, the Netherlands, also Spain and Portugal have seen quite substantial increases in colorectal cancer incidence in the last couple of decades. But interestingly, lower rates in some of the Central European countries, Germany, Switzerland, Austria. So does this indicate there are certain environmental risk factors? So I think, for example, the one that's really interesting is Norway. So why are colorectal cancer rates so much higher among Norwegian women in particular compared to those in Sweden or Finland? So does it indicate, are there particular environmental factors which are driving these cancers? And can we use a combination of epidemiology with experimental research to shed light on this and identify novel causes of these cancers, which can then be addressed through novel prevention strategies? So within Discern, this is quite a large, ambitious project, but what we're trying to do is to bring together human data from prospective cohort studies, from large tissue biobanks for these cancers. We have a particular emphasis on experimental findings, so can some of the epidemiological insights be fed into the laboratory? So if we see a particular association between, I don't know, an environmental compound or a particular molecular factor, can we then work with our laboratory colleagues to try to ascertain is there a causal relationship between that association, and can they identify the mechanisms which might be driving that relationship? So I think a really exciting aspect of Discern is to use some of these new technologies. So we'll be using kind of some geospatial geocoding across Europe, high-resolution mass spectrometry, single-cell profiling, so going into the tumour tissue and also into normal tissue from people at high risk of these different cancers, spatial tissue profiling, and also doing proteomics. And then bringing all that together with very high-dimensional computational analyses, with the eventual output being, can we identify novel causal pathways and factors which we can then use to develop preventive agents or identify biomarkers of risk. And also having the link with our patient advocate groups, so for example, Digestive Cancers Europe, Pancreatic Cancer Europe are important partners within this project, because what we want is, if we do identify novel causes of these diseases, we want to disseminate that information and also for it to actually be used at the EU level to affect change. So just to go into a bit about what we're doing within Discern. So firstly, in the first objective is we're really building a biorepository of cohorts and a tumour tissue bank. So in terms of the cohorts, what we've done is assemble a number of different cohorts across Europe where we try to capture different European countries where we see differences in incidence rates. So very important to have not only Western European countries, for example, large-scale cohorts like EPIC, Molisani in Italy, but also some of the Eastern European cohorts. So you already saw that we're seeing high rates in Estonia, Hungary, Czech Republic. So it's very important for us to try to capture those data from those countries. So we have the Estonian Biobank involved, HAPPY cohort, which is in Czech Republic, Lithuania, also in Poland. So trying to kind of bring together these different large-scale prospective cohorts where we can do geospatial analyses, but also where we have prospectively collected blood samples, and we can identify endogenous factors and then link those to cancer outcomes. So we've got a great interest in linking the exposome with these different cancers. So, for example, we'll be linking all the participants to geospatial surface data, where we can have information on physicochemical factors, so, for example, noise pollution, UV, air pollution, food and lifestyle, so the food landscape, social, so socio-economic status, deprivation index, and then built environment. And then linking these external exposome surfaces to the cancer outcome data we have in this roughly just over 1 million Europeans will enable us to, for the first time, try to link some of these environmental factors with the 3 different cancers, and particularly early onset cancer. Because we'll have blood samples from the participants, we will be looking at the internal exposome, so gas chromatography and liquid chromatography mass spectrometry scans, and also performing proteomics within these populations to identify potential biomarkers. Just to give a quick insight into some of the data we're seeing within Discern. So the project only began last year, so we're still at relatively early stages, but we already have some data from the EPIC cohort, where we've applied proteomics, so measuring proteins in pre-diagnostic blood samples, and then relating those protein levels to different cancer outcomes. This is the data for colorectal cancer in EPIC. So here we have data on almost 1,000 incident colorectal cancer cases, and then more than 3,000 non-cancer controls. And this is using the SomaScan technology, so this measures 7,000 proteins in a single blood sample. So the power to identify novel risk factors and pathways, I think, is really quite exciting that we're able to look at this for the first time. So This is the data for all colorectal cancers, so above the orange line of those proteins which were highly significantly associated with development of colorectal cancer. And already we see some quite interesting and novel associations. So the top hit was at the top, you can see this TFF3, so this is trefoil-like factor 3, which is a protein expressed within the digestive tract, which plays a role on cell motility, also is linked to inflammation and cell adhesion. Some of the other proteins which come up, so LAMA4, which is actually one of the GWAS hits for colorectal cancer. So interesting, we're seeing this protein coming up in this agnostic analysis. But what I wanted just to quickly draw your attention to is the early onset cases. So we have a relatively small number in this study. We only have about 121 cases, but still having this kind of large, high-scale dimensional data on this set of cases is actually really quite exciting opportunity. And I think what we can see is that the patterns of associations are a bit different. So there are certain proteins which are coming up to be associated with early onset colorectal cancer, which we don't necessarily see in the later onset cases. So in particular, some of the proteins around inflammation, cell adhesion, but also again around insulin signaling. So one of the components of the PI3 kinase pathway, again, comes up particularly among females with early onset colorectal cancer. So I'm running out of time, so I'm just going to quickly skip over the last couple of slides. So just to say, we are building up a very large tumour bank within Discern with a particular oversampling of early onset colorectal cancers. So importantly, we're trying to obtain tumours from high and low risk countries, so countries which have a higher rate of colorectal cancer versus those with lower rates. So we're obtaining tumour samples from Spain, some of the Eastern European countries, but also Italy, which has relatively lower rates of colorectal cancer. So we can do some comparative analyses of the genomic landscape in these colorectal tumours between these different countries. And then again, as I said, with some of the insights that we'll obtain from the epidemiology and the genomics will then drive some of the experimental research that we'll undertake to try to identify causal pathways and mechanisms linking these risk factors with colorectal cancer. So just in summary, I think we can say that there are several colorectal cancer risk factors also appear to be causally linked to early onset colorectal cancer. So for example, obesity, alcohol, high levels of insulin. But really just to underscore that we need pooled analyses across large-scale prospective cohorts to be able to address some of these questions with adequate precision. And I think this is even more the case for other digestive cancers. So I've focused on colorectal cancer because that is the most common of these digestive tract cancers, and it's where we have the greater numbers, even though we still struggle to obtain a sufficient number of incident cases. But I think particularly for pancreatic cancer, liver cancer, gastric cancer, which are comparatively less common compared to colorectal, it's even more important to try to bring resources together to obtain a sufficient number of cases. Genetic studies highlight the importance of insulin signaling and the immune pathways, which are somewhat consistent with what we're seeing with the observational epidemiology. I think it's an open question, can we identify new risk factors for early onset cancers? So maybe the combination of these exposomics approaches and experimental approaches, which we're using in Discern, might shed some light on that. And just to say, we're very much open to collaboration. So this resource that we've built within Discern is going to be, I think, is a very exciting opportunity. So if anyone's interested in collaborating in this project or has some ideas or want to use the data, please get in touch because we're very open to collaboration. And just to thank our funders and close collaborators involved in these different studies. And thank you.
Thank you, Mark, for highlighting some of the risk factors for early age onset digestive cancers and colorectal cancer. And for the interest of time, we will move to Professor Karine Dahan, who is coming from the IPG from Luxembourg. Professor Dahan will be discussing inherited genetic mutations and their role in cancer risk with her extensive expertise in genetics and cancer research. We are eager to hear your perspective, and just to let everybody know, we won't have time for questions, so I encourage everybody to write to entero@digestivecancers.eu, and we will make sure to answer all the questions. Professor Dahan, the floor is yours.
Thank you for the introduction. I'm very sorry because I lost my voice, but I will try to do my best. with my talk today, we return to the patient, to the individual. You see, after a very nice presentation about how important are the cohorts to analyze the cause, here we will focus on the patient, the individual, his or her family, to understand what is a genetic test. It's this one. Today, for the people on the line or here, we will discuss what is the person who is candidate for a genetic test, and in 2024, what is the best genetic test you can receive as patient. There are some factors very suggestive for an hereditary contribution to colorectal cancer. The first one we have discussed this afternoon is the age. The colorectal cancer before 50, we consider as a young onset colorectal cancer is a criteria. But also, if you develop during your life 1, 2 primary tumor, it can be simultaneous, or it can be in the second phase of your life. And it's also important to keep in mind that some person older than 80, they have a genetic test because of this criteria. And of course, the family history. It's not the subject of the talk, but it's really important for you as patient to know what is a first relative or second relative, to understand what is your risk, because knowing your family history is helpful for the colorectal or the cancer risk management. Many of patients today in 24, they get genetic tests during the diagnosis of cancer. It could be a breast cancer, it could be a colorectal cancer. I'm sure that all the patients in this room, they have a genetic test. And usually it's proposed during the phase of the diagnosis, and it's important to keep in mind that if you have the time to see a geneticist, it could be a nurse, it could be a counselor, it could be a physician. It will be important for you for understanding your genetic test, its limits, the benefit for you and for your family, to define the consent, what is unconsent before genetic test, but also it's for you to understand what is the limit of a genetic test, because the definition of a genetic risk is depending of the nature of the gene we analyze, and it's very specific. My definition of a genetic risk is not the same that what we discussed on the previous talk. And that's the reason why, if you have the opportunity to see or to be referred to a geneticist, take this time to see it, to see this person. And during this period, and it's very different from the first, for the 2 hours of talk, but we have time to discuss during the counseling, the genetic counseling, to discuss some points. And it was introduced during by different person. It's the consequence in terms of psychology and the impact for you as diagnosis of an hereditary cancer. What is your impact for your family, if you have children, if you want to plan a new pregnancy, but also for the relationship between your sister or your brother inside the family, because some of them will be negative while you are positive, and it's changed. And that is really important to have enough time to discuss this point with a specialist. And when you have a genetic counselor, you have usually also access to a psychosocial support. And why I was so cautious is because hereditary component is very frequent. If you take all the colorectal cancer independently of the age, we may estimate that close to 6% of a person who's colorectal cancer have a bad genetic background. It's an hereditary condition, and that's the red spot on the slide. And the most frequent we will discuss it in the next slide. But the family history is also important. That's the green circle, the blue circle. And you see that it's close to 20% of the person who develop cancer, specifically colorectal cancer, have a family history of cancer. When in 2017, this first paper illustrates how important it is to propose a genetic test and not a tumor screening in person who develop cancer, colorectal cancer, before the age of 50. Because why it was suspected to be 2-3% in the general population with colorectal cancer, Lynch syndrome is very frequent. The number of mutations you can see in the red box is close to 8.5% of the young person who develop cancer before 50. And what is the Lynch syndrome? Lynch syndrome is an hereditary condition. You see the pedigree. It's over 3 generations here. It's an association of cancer in both sexes. You are a woman, you are a man, you can develop a cancer. The right column is usually the hotspot, but it could be gynecologic. The definition, the criteria is clinical because it's important to know that if you have more than 3 cases in your family over 2 generations with a diagnosis before 50, you can be candidate for a Lynch syndrome. And it's complex because like that it looks simple, but in some patients, there can be another digestive cancer. It could be a small bowel, a pancreatic, as I see on the slide. But it could be also a neurogenital cancer, and in some patients, a brain tumor. And the last is a skin tumor. That means in some family, you may have a Lynch syndrome with only one gynecologic cancer, a skin tumor, and a colorectal. That means it's difficult for the clinician not aware to make the diagnosis only on the clinical aspect. And with the knowledge of genome sequencing in UK, in Europe, we know that this condition is really frequent. The current estimation is close to 1/300% to 1/3000%. That means there have people without diagnosis carrier of a Lynch syndrome. The cancer risk is high. There are 2 genes, MLH1 and MSH2, but if you focus on MSH2, you see that the heterogeneity of the phenotype explains that we can miss the diagnosis before a first cancer of colon. That means in some patients, if you have no diagnosis of Lynch syndrome with MSH2, it's really frequent in this situation without a family history. It's because in your family, the person carrier of the mutation developed a tumor outside the colon. The second phenotype, second hereditary condition, very frequently associated with young age, is the familial adenomatous polyposis. There are 2 phenotypes. One is very well known because it's more than 100 polyps in young age. You see before the age of 20. It's autosomal dominant. It's caused by a mutation in APC gene. But the second phenotype is less well known. It's the presence over the time during all your life, the development of more than 20 polyps, and it could be associated with a high risk of colorectal cancer, and the genetic is very heterogeneous. You don't need to know, but it's a complex diagnosis to make at molecular level. Or important is to understand that this syndrome, the polypose with a mutation in APC gene, is also associated with extradigestive cancer. That makes really complex the analysis of colorectal cancer predisposition. You see, if you are carrier of an APC gene, your risk to develop papillary thyroid carcinoma is high. It's between 1 to 10%. That's explained why, since 2017, the germline testing is recommended to do it by a very extended gene panel. That means we do not analyze specifically the gene of colorectal, but we also analyzed the gene that we know associate with cancer predisposition. The strongest color is associated with high-risk cancer because these genes are very important in terms of actionability. They have a high risk to develop breast cancer, gynecologic tumor, or colorectal cancer. While the small light is mainly associated with a less risk like SHEC2 or ATM, it's less severe gene. You see that we also analyze the cause of other family cancer, especially the gastric cancer, but also some melanoma cancer family. To show how efficient is this test, I used the experience of the Mayo Clinic because it's a prospective study and it was done between 18 and 20, published recently. And what is important, you see that you have a high risk, low, moderate, different mode of transmission. But the most important is to understand that if you are young at the diagnosis, your probability to have a mutation is close to 22%, and it's not only in the gene associated with colorectal cancer. It could be another gene. It could be one of this large panel of genes associated with cancer predisposition. That's the first summary, and I will be in time. The diagnosis of colorectal cancer before the age of 50 is really an indication of genetic test. If I may advise, referral for genetic evaluation is highly recommended, even if the test was well explained, well described by your oncologist, by your gastroenterologist, by your gynecologist. It's another part of your pathway of patient. Prevalence is high, close to 20%, depending the study. The test must be done with a very extended multi-gene panel. The most common diagnoses are Lynch syndrome or familial adenomatous polyposis, but in close to 10%, the mutations are also in another diagnosis. Making the diagnosis is really important for you as patient for the immediate take a surgical decision if you have breast or colon, but also for the oncologist. And that is the main issue is for your family. And I have 2 slides, I will be in time. This slide is really important because I take the last publication of the Manchester Center for Genomic Medicine about the efficiency of the cascade testing. Cascade means that you have a mutation in your family and you want to screen different persons to see if they are carrier or not. What they see in the last year of experience is that the number of positive for Lynch syndrome is high. You see over 660 was diagnosed during the 22. That means the pickup is high. That means the oncologist, the gastroenterologist, they did the genetic test. But if you compare to the second part, it's small, and I see that on the table it's not so easy. But you need to know how many samples of patients belonging to the family has been tested, and in medium, it's 1.76. That means there are no more than 2 family members tested for 1 positive patient with a Lynch syndrome. That is something we need to improve. That's the reason why my talk is focused on how important is the genetic counseling. But I just finished with the last slide concerning the fact that in 24 we can do more. If you have a family story of cancer, we can propose genetic analysis, not only by a multi-gene panel, but we can propose either an exome, a whole exome, or a full genome analysis. It's depending on what we want. If we want to find the cause of the cancer predisposition, the most person you have in your family to be tested, usually it's trio, but it could be you, your cousin, your sister. It's better to do the genetic test. And is if Asian, and that is a family with a Lynch syndrome. There are suspects on the clinical aspect of the family. You have more than 4 generations with cancer, and it's by whole genome that they can find a deletion, inversion. That's something we cannot see by the technique of NGS sequencing. You need to have a larger, a more comprehensive genetic test, and that has proposed the whole genome sequencing. And just to summarize, the genetic test that we propose in whole Center of Human Genetics in Europe is based on a multi-gen panel. The efficiency of this test is high, but not 100%. It's estimated in 88% if you have a family history of cancer and a tumor with a mismatch repair deficiency, and it's a Lynch syndrome with a classical form of Lynch syndrome, but it's not 100%. That means that even in absence of a mutation, meeting a genetic, meeting your gastroenterologist, and taking the importance of the family to establish the program, the surveillance in your family and relative. And voilà, I'm finished here.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Dahan. Thank you for providing us with this insightful presentation on the complexities of genetics. And also, I think in the room we have a lot of patients and carers, and for highlighting the importance of familial history, knowledge, and awareness. And now we go over to Caroline Berchet from the OECD, who is a leading expert in health policy and outcomes research. And she will discuss now how we can bridge the gaps, particularly for young patients community, in order to find equitable access to quality cancer care. So Caroline, please go ahead.
Thank you very much for the invitation. I'm very pleased to be there to present the OECD perspective on beating cancer inequalities in Europe. So just some quick background information. This is the work for the European Cancer Inequalities Registry that is developed by the European Commission. And so for this project, we published last February a new report with the European Commission on beating cancer inequalities. So this will give you a high-level perspective on cancer inequalities in Europe and what are the policy actions to address these inequalities. So the first simple message from all this work is that the burden of cancer in Europe is increasing and is also marked by strong inequalities, as we will see now. So in 2022, according to estimates from the Joint Research Center, there was a cancer diagnosis every 11 seconds in Europe. So this is huge. And it represents an estimation of 2.8 million new cancer cases, the same here in the EU +2, so the 27 member states plus Norway and Iceland. As you can see in these two graphs, breast cancer is the main cancer diagnosis among women. Among men, it's prostate cancer, and then follow colorectal and lung cancer. We show, thanks to the data that we collect at the OECD and Eurostat, that the estimated cancer incidence increased in 14 countries between 2010 and 2040 for an average of 4% over the period. And these trends will continue. According to recent estimation, the number of new cancer cases will increase by 18% between today, 2022, and 2040. So this really highlights the need to address the cancer burden. The good news is that we see that the cancer mortality decreased, so by an average of 10%. We also see in the right-hand side graph that this decrease is common for the main cancer type. So there is a 15% reduction in colorectal cancer mortality in EU over the last decades. But for pancreatic cancer, we can see an increase of around 5% over this period. While overall in the EU average, we see reduction in cancer mortality, we see that there are a lot of variation across countries. So as you can see in these graphs, the variation is around 2 to 4-fold for cancer mortality in the main cancer site. So for example, for prostate cancer or colorectal cancer, we can see nearly a 3-fold variation between countries. So this is large variation. And we can see that in Central and Eastern European countries, the cancer mortality rates are much higher than in other parts of Europe, like the Nordic country. Beyond these gross country inequalities, we see large inequalities, but now within countries. So first by region, as you can see in the map, so it presents the age standardized mortality rates per 100,000 population. And with a different coloring, we can highlight some inequalities by regions. So the most important variation, the within country variation, is of almost 40% in France, Germany, Poland, Spain, and Romania. And then if we go to inequalities by population groups, we see that men have much higher cancer burden than women. So for example, the likelihood of dying from cancer is 70% higher among men than women. So this is a large inequalities, and it's the same inequality if you look at the cancer incidence. The chance of having a cancer diagnosis is 40% higher among men than women. Then, by social group, we can see that the risk of dying is much higher for people with low education, low income, ethnicity, and also depending on your migration backgrounds. So the recent work done by European Commission and IARC, which is called the EU CAN inequality, clearly show for the first time the large inequalities in Europe by education level. And so, for example, in this work, we can see that in most countries, people with low education among the men population have 2.6 times as high risk of dying from lung cancer mortality than people with high education. So the risk of dying among low-educated people is much higher, and it's particularly marked for lung cancer mortality. And if we look at other outcome indicators like survival, again, we will see large social gradient by education, income, or also geographical deprivation level. So how we can explain these inequalities? So we show in these reports that inequalities are rooted in factors that are amenable to policy action. So this is a good news. It means that we can act to reduce inequalities. So first, as you know, over 40% of the cancer burden is from preventable risk factors, like poor lifestyle and also a poor environment, which again is more prevalent among low socio-economic people, but also among the men population. So according to the data from IHME, tobacco is the main cancer risk factor, which explains a quarter of all cancer deaths, followed by alcohol consumption, dietary risk, occupational risk factor, overweight, and obesity. So this has been shown in the previous presentation. What is interesting here, and which is striking, is that, again, we show that the prevalence of risk factor is very different by countries. So, for example, the prevalence of alcohol consumption is double in Latvia than in Greece. So this explains inequalities in the cancer burden across countries. And then if we look at the prevalence of risk factor disaggregated by education, we again show that people with low education, people with low income, have a higher likelihood of smoking, they have a higher likelihood of being overweight or obese, having unhealthy diet and having low physical activity. So this explains inequalities within a country. Next, looking at secondary prevention. So we show in this report that there are a clear link between participation rates to screening programs, so breast, cervical, colorectal cancer screening programs, which is linked to better cancer outcome. And this relation is shown in this graph. We can also see a geographical pattern where in Nordic country, we can see higher level of participation to screening programs and better cancer outcome measured by the mortality rates. As it was mentioned previously, many countries, almost all countries, have implemented population-based programs, so for breast, cervical, and colorectal, given the positive cancer outcomes that it leads. But what is very striking from all the data that we analyze is that participation remains very low on average in each country. So we show in the report that in only 5 countries, the participation rates to population-based program is above 50% for the 3 programs. So this is very low. And then again, we see that there are disparity by education level, but also by geographical location, by income, and by ethnicity or migration status. So this is just an example on average. In the EU country, women with low education have a lower likelihood to access to screening program, to breast screening programs than women with high education. So we need to develop programs that target the most vulnerable people. And lastly, we conducted a policy survey among EU countries, and most of them reported shortages in health personnel being involved in cancer prevention, cancer diagnosis, and cancer care. So, for example, 22 countries reported shortages in GP, while they are very important for cancer risk prevention, for example. Many countries also reported shortages in oncologists, radiologists, radiation therapists. So we need to have a strong workforce for prevention, diagnosis, and treatment. And lastly, a recent analysis which analyzed the public coverage of 13 indications for breast and lung cancer, shows that while in Netherlands and Germany they cover almost 100% of this indication, we can see that it's not the case in Latvia, in Malta, or in Cyprus, where the public coverage is much lower. So this explains some barrier to access to care and inequalities. So what can we do? What can policymakers do to reduce these inequalities? So first, to improve prevention and public health intervention, we show in our work that the most effective policy to address cancer risk factor is to have a comprehensive policy package of fiscal and regulatory policies, but these policies should be combined with intervention in primary health care, intervention in the workplace, intervention in schools, but also with strong awareness campaign, education campaign, to foster health literacy. So in this report, we map some good examples. So Slovenia, for example, is has a very good practice for addressing diet, physical inactivity. To improve participation to screening program and improve early detection, we map key policy actions. So these are presented in this slide. So it's about raising awareness and making sure that they are culturally adapted to the vulnerable population, as done in Bulgaria or in Finland, for instance. We need to engage in primary health care. So it's very important to send screening reminders and to help for the delivery of screening for some type of screening tests. So this is done, for example, in Denmark, Italy, or Lithuania. Many countries are developing new delivery models for screening, and these are very promising. So some are still in pilot, but a greater role of pharmacists, the development of mobile units, and self-sampling have been shown to improve participation rates and to decrease inequalities. Innovation as well, as mentioned previously, can be a very useful tool to target the risky population, but also to have less invasive screening methods. And lastly, we can see development of fast-track pathway. This is very important to reduce delays between cancer suspicious and cancer treatment, because sometimes, and we can see with the data that we collect, there are long waiting times before the cancer treatment starts. So this again leads to inequalities. Monitoring inequalities is key, because without the data, we don't know where things are going well and where things are not going well. So this helps to target action and to have a quality improvement cycle. And lastly, once we have a cancer diagnosis, we need to act and to have a strong cancer care system. So in the report, we map several key actions to address workforce shortages, access to oncology medicines, and to have a strong organization of cancer care. I won't go through all these policy levers because we have some time issue, but maybe one of the key things today is to have cancer care system centered on the patient. And what countries need to do today is to collect patient-reported outcome, patient-reported experience measure, to really get the feedback from the patients to improve, the care system and to make sure it's centered on the need of the patients. So I will stop there. I just want to finish saying that next February we will launch a new series of reports. It's called the Country Cancer Profiles. So we will have 29 new reports, one per country, so the 27 member states plus Norway and Iceland. And a new focus is on survivorship program and all the policies that help to support the quality of life and the social inclusiveness of people living with cancer. Thanks a lot for your attention.
Thank you, Caroline, for showing us inequalities. And we, as the patient organization, are here to work to raise awareness about inequalities, to work with policymakers, both at the EU level and national level, to work with researchers, to help disseminate the results from research in academia, to work with the general population to raise awareness. So whenever you need us, we are here. Now we go to the break. For all the questions, please write them to entero@digestivecancers.eu. We will start at 4 p.m. Around 4 p.m. Please like, follow, and share on social media. Thank you.
already saw. You're the one to blame for. The fact that I can reach for the best of myself. It's all good when you show the way. Yeah,
I see them, and I have to move them myself there.
I trust you stay. After the dark and cold, I know it's all good. Is I'm the best of myself. Sailing on, crossing off the sea that's anxious to come. But I know now, either way, it's all good, 'cause I found the best of myself. Yeah, 'cause you showed the way. Darling, I would die for you. Tell 1,000 lies for you. Love you like the ocean, love you in slow motion. Anything it takes to make you stay. But I can't rely on you. Doesn't matter what I do. You say you need a time, I think you mean to buy out. 'Cause it's pretty clear you're on your way out. It's no, I understand it's hard sometimes to make up your mind in these trying times. Yeah, I just can't accept you leaving me when I'm overseas with the heart so heavy. Think that I deserve the truth for once, not a guilty tone, 'cause you're not alone. Yeah, you said you wanna come home, but I know you don't. So this time I won't hear it on the phone. If you got something to say to me, then say it to my face. What it's all about, why you're bailing out. Think you owe me an apology. Just say it to my face. You're sorry. It's so, it's so, it's so, sorry. It's so, it's so, it's so sorry. It's so, it's so, it's so sorry. Say it to my face. You're sorry. My job for you. Even quit some friends for you. 'Cause you couldn't stand it, me all independent, so you had to have me all yourself. That was when I trusted you, when I could add up 2 and 2. When you promised we'd be together, you, me forever. Now there's nothing left to lose. And though I understand it's hard sometimes to make up your mind in these trying times, yeah, I just can't accept you leaving me when I'm overseas with the heart so heavy. Think that I deserve the truth for once, not a guilty tone, 'cause you're not alone. Yeah, you said you wanna come home, but I know you don't. So this time I won't hear it on the phone. If you got something to say to me, then say it to my face. What it's all about, why you're bailing out. Think you owe me an apology. Just say it to my face. You're sorry. It's so, it's so, it's so sorry. It's so, it's so, it's so sorry. this love was overrated. No more infatuated, and I blame it on you, blame it on you, yeah. This time I hope you get it. In love you shouldn't break it, no. I'm old enough to take it, so just say it to me, say it to me. So this time I won't hear it on the phone. If you got something to say to me, then say it to my face. What it's all about, why you're bailing up. Think you owe me an apology. Just say it to my face. You're sorry. You're so, you're so, you're so sorry. You're so, you're so, you're so sorry. You're so, you're so, you're so sorry. Say it to my face, you're sorry. I see you watching me when we're with our friends. It's definitely something in the air. So let's take it from there, 'cause I know you want it. Afraid to let it show, and I know you need it. Why don't we let it grow, grow, grow? I think it's time we stop tipping on our toes. What's holding you back now, sugar? 'Cause I don't know, I sure know you want it. Afraid to let it show, and I know you need it. Why don't we let it grow? Why don't we let it? Why don't we let it grow, 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 grow? It grows stronger for every day. We just can't keep it away. No, yeah. Grow, 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 grow. It grows stronger for every day. We just can't keep it away. Oh, make you move before someone takes a place. I know how you feel, but you're scared to say to my face. I sure know you want it. Afraid to let it show, and I know you need it. Why don't we let it grow? Why don't we let it? Why don't we let it grow, 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 grow? It grows stronger for every day. We just can't keep it away. Grow, 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 grow. It grows stronger for every day. We just can't keep it away. Yeah, yeah, takes a place. I see you watching me when we're with our friends. There's definitely something in the air. So let's take it from there. So let's take it from there. Why don't we let it grow, 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 grow? And I know you need it. Why don't we let it grow? I know you want it. Afraid to let it show. You need it, baby. Why don't we let it? Why don't we let it grow, 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 grow? just lonely, but since you came around, all I see is tomorrow. When you hear me calling, oh, it's you and me. Ooh, yeah. 'Cause I cannot fake it. No matter how I feel, yeah. 'Cause you heal my aching heart. When you come around. I saw a million signs. I must be over it by now. There's a reason why. I think I might be over my troubles. They've been there for so long now. It's over. Suddenly I think of tomorrow. Yeah, since you came around. Yeah. I feel like the only one who found out the reason why. I was just lonely, but since you came around, all I see is tomorrow.
Don't take it personal, I ain't lying, I ain't hiding, I've been grinding, multiplying. I've been trying to get my weight up, staying prayed up, meditating and taking time away. You always posting up pictures, trying to look like you winning. I'm writing rhymes in the kitchen, soaking in moments we live in. Yeah, you got the nerve to be on me, taking your life out of IG. If you got my number, don't add me, 'cause baby, I'm on hiatus. I'm on hiatus. I'm on hiatus. I'm on hiatus. Baby, don't check for me. Taking time out to be and live my life off screen. Taking time out to be and live my life. Hey. Taking just to be and live my life. Don't take it personal. We just building. It's my season.
Much better, right?
We're not okay. Shattered glass everywhere. Tears of rage. Waiting for the rain to stop and take my pain away. Why'd you have to be that mean? Why'd you do me that way? We should know that we won't be any better. Can't you see that we are drifting now?
Can we close the doors?
I am through trying to hold.
Welcome back, everyone. Let's take a minute to settle down. All right. Hi, everyone. I'm Natasha Munch from Digestive Cancers Europe. Yes, I'm the one who's been sending you countless ENTERO emails, and I feel like we're all pen pals now. So after all the countless emails and the Zoom calls, it's really nice to finally meet all of you in person here in Porto. Welcome to all of those joining us online from across the world. Thank you for joining. And even though we're finally at ENTERO 2024, I'm not quite done with my email, so let's keep up our pen palship for a bit longer, if you don't mind. Now, we would like to start with session 2, where we will explore the challenges in diagnosing and treating early-age onset digestive cancers. And I'm delighted to welcome our distinguished panel of experts, who also include patients, who will help address this critical issue. Our speakers will present first, and I'll invite them to the stage now, if Professor Van Cutsem, Professor Beets, and Professor Lowry, as well as Gabe and Mila, come join us at the stage. You can sit anywhere you like. Maybe reserve this one for me so I can walk back and forth. Gabe and Mila, would you like to join us, please? That would be wonderful. Okay, so we will start with our speaker presentations first. Then we'll follow up with a panel discussion, and time permitting, we will try to take questions from the audience and from our virtual participants. So to start off this session, it's my great pleasure to introduce Professor Erik Van Cutsem from KU Leuven. Professor Van Cutsem is a distinguished expert in the field of oncology and digestive cancer research, and he is one of the co-founders of Digestive Cancers Europe. He also serves as our medical director. He will give us an overview on some of the challenges in diagnosing digestive cancers in a young patient population. So please join me in warmly welcoming Professor Erik Van Cutsem.
Okay. Thank you very much. If I can have my slides, please. Thank you very much, Natasha. Thank you very much, Sorana, and the whole DICE team, the European Union and Commission for funding the meeting largely. And thanks to all the collaborators. And what I will do is take you through, if I can have my slides, please.
It's coming, I think. Momentary technical difficulties. Hope everyone had a nice coffee break and enjoyed some snacks.
Okay.
There we are.
There it is. Yeah. Thank you. So I do work and live in Leuven, just east of Brussels. And what I will do is take you through some of the challenges of early onset colorectal cancer in the diagnosis and the treatment. And indeed, in general, if you look as a clinician to patients and as a researcher to patients with any type of cancer, I always talk about the 4 Ps. And here also for the young onset patients, we can adopt some of these topics, although we would like to be able to do much more about prevention. And that's already one of the challenges, that we don't have clear clues on how to prevent. And I will touch up on the screening, but as you've heard already, there is no screening, no general screening program, and there are not enough data right now to implement screening programs in younger patients. A couple of slides to set the scene, slides coming from Globocan database and IARC, estimation of new patients worldwide, just to set the scene for the younger patients. 20 million new cancer cases, 10% are colorectal cancer, almost 10 million deaths worldwide, almost 10% are colorectal cancer, so almost 1 million colorectal cancer patients a year. Within the EU, you've heard numbers of Europe. Within the EU, it's almost 3 million new cases and almost 1.3 million cancer-related deaths. And also here you see that colorectal cancer ranks second after breast for incidence, after lung for mortality. We have some projections for the future, and that's going to be important because, as you've heard already, young onset cancer incidence is increasing. The global cancer incidence will increase with estimations from 20 to 35 million within the next 25 years. And that's mainly or more pronounced in low and middle income countries. Cancer mortality will increase also from now around 10 million deaths a year due to cancer to more than 18 million deaths a year within 25 years. And also the numbers with early onset are increasing. So according to projections, it's difficult to make any predictions, but that will increase considerably. What you've heard already, and I will not go in detail, but I was asked to cover some of the challenges, is one of the challenges clearly the rising incidence of young adult and young early onset colorectal cancer. In many regions, it's not yet reflected in all cancer registries, although in Belgium, for instance, we have a good cancer registry. Looking at the data, we don't see yet the increase in young onset colorectal cancer. But in many countries, many Western countries, there is an increase. And the prediction is that worldwide, globally, or that by 2030, 1 out of 10 colorectal cancers and even 1 out of 4 rectal cancers will be diagnosed under the age of 50 in this setting. This is just to give you the picture a little bit. This is from Flanders, the northern part of Belgium, 60% of the Belgian population, so between 6 and 7 million people, where you see the incidence according to different age blocks, where you see between 20 and 30, 30 and 40, and you can even split that up, 40 and 50. And coming back to screening later on, there is no screening below the age of 50 in the EU. The US, the American Cancer Society, has advocated to lower the screening age to 45. It's a recommendation. In Europe, that recommendation is not yet there. Well, if we would lower that to 45, we would catch only a relatively small number of this age population. That's so those of 20 to 45, which is around half of those below. If you look at the young onset, early onset, half is between 45 and 50, and the other half is between 20 and 45. So there are some considerations in the screening, and I may come back to that. Early onset colorectal cancer is a global phenomenon. This is just looking at different regions where you see regions like Korea, Australia, the US, where it's 10% or more of the colorectal cancers are below the age of 50. Another challenge, and there may be some repetition also in the different talks, but just to highlight some of the challenges, is that the etiology is not known. Difficult to go for a prevention strategy if we don't know what has happened or why we see this increase in the younger people, what has happened the last couple of decades, so that we see in some regions an increase, and as I mentioned already, especially also in rectal cancer, and why we will see an even further sharp increase probably in rectal cancer. And for instance, in some of my, in the clinics of some of my US colleagues on the West Coast, the vast majority of these young onset, early onset colorectal cancer patients are young women with rectal cancer, sometimes Hispanic origin. That doesn't say anything on the etiology, but that should give some clues also to look on some of the environmental factors or whatever has happened in this population. In general, we can look into etiological factors. We can group them in four groups: diet, altered gut bacteria, and there is more and more discussion and more data on the role of microbiome in the young onset colorectal cancer. Biological effects such as host metabolism, immune system that may be altered, and then also some diseases of the host in this setting. You've seen this picture, this excellent and nice drawing already by Irit Ben Aaron from Israel, who will talk tomorrow to us on some of the different potential etiological factors. There's a lot of effort. We're happy that also the EU, as we have heard, wants to put a lot of efforts in trying to understand and trying to focus on with some projects on this, on early onset colorectal cancer. But potential etiological factors are very large, very broad, and we don't know yet what is clearly the case. What is clearly there is probably for sure, well, it's multifactorial, but there is probably for sure also a role of the microbiome. There are some data that in this population with early onset colorectal cancer, that there was a clearly higher intake of antibiotics at younger age, altering the gut microbiome. There are some data on which types of microbes are changed in this patient population. There is still a lot of work to do, but there is probably a kind of interaction or factors, environmental factors, leading to impacting on the gut microbiome. What is a chicken and what is the egg is not clear right now, but it's clear that this is an important factor. Other challenges is that this is a unique patient population. Large departments taking care of these patients should have the setup of taking care of different aspects. You've heard already by previous speakers some of the aspects. It's obvious that the psychological impact may be large. It's obvious that there is an important focus, that should be an important focus on sexual health and fertility, on late toxicities of treatment, on late social and financial toxicities, let's call it like that. We will have a talk on that also tomorrow morning. On adequate surveillance, adequate follow-up are some of the challenges in this setting, to come up with clear guidelines, clear recommendations, what we should do, how we should do that. We know that these patients may have late toxicities of the treatment, may be candidates or may be more likely to develop later on other malignancies or other clinical pictures in this setting. Heredity is an important challenge. You've heard in an excellent talk by Karina already some of these aspects. In general, in the whole population, not specifically in the early onset, we know that around 75% of cancers are sporadic. The others may be in the framework of an hereditary syndrome or with a familial history. In young onset patients, early onset patients, there are some differences. I will not repeat the different genes and what should be done. Just want to draw again that this physicians, teams who are taking care of these patients, should have a setup with the Center of Human Genetics to go in detail for the screening for colorectal cancer genes, but also for some of the other genes in this setting. And then looking up also some, because these are frequently asked questions by family members, by the patients themselves, on the familial predisposition. We know that even outside of a known genetic alteration, known DNA alteration, that, for instance, first-degree relatives with colorectal cancer at different ages, that the first-degree relatives, that they have also a clearly higher chance of developing colorectal cancer. And that's, of course, also an issue in early onset. Frequently asked questions as a clinician is of these patients when they are 35, for instance, without a hereditary alteration, who in my family should be screened? Some of this knowledge is important and is an important challenge and a fact that, that physicians and teams should be aware. You've heard already on the germline alterations. We know that in the patients with colorectal cancer below the age of 35, Lynch syndrome is clearly more frequent. That's logical also, but that's clearly there. That was demonstrated before coffee compared to the age after 50. But it's clear that still the majority of patients, more than half of the patients with early onset colorectal cancer are still sporadic. It's not the 75% as we see in the other population, but it's still more than 50% who are sporadic without a familial history, without a hereditary predisposition in this situation. So we should be aware of that, and that's important also in taking care of patients. Clinical presentation. What about the clinical presentation? And these are some data that I took also from that are available from the waiting times before, or waiting times not to see a doctor in a good healthcare system. That should be very short, but it's clear that patients, young patients, wait long before seeking medical attention if they have some symptoms. And if you look, for instance, 2/3 of young patients with colorectal cancer, so 2 or more physicians prior to the diagnosis, because of symptoms and lack of awareness of the GP or whoever who saw the patient saying, yeah, this is probably not colorectal cancer, we should not do anything. And with that also, if you look in the population in young early onset colorectal cancer, we see more patients. Here, according to this study, 71% of patients were diagnosed with stage 3 and 4. And this is clearly more than what we see in the average onset, in the older population above 50, not older, but in the population above 50 with colorectal cancer. There we see, in general, different stagings. Also because of the fact of implementation of screening policies in this population. This is another study that shows the same. If you look here on the left, stage 4 was more frequent, and you can see on the right bottom also, was more frequent in patients with a diagnosis with early onset colorectal cancer compared to patients above the age of 50. So diagnosis is made later. Patients seek attention longer, seek more often attention and consult with different physicians and take a bit longer to consult in comparison to the other population. And just to benchmark that, these are some numbers from the Flemish screening program. So in Flanders, I had the privilege to implement and to chair. But if you look here, just to give the stage and to explain this slide, on the left side, it's the screen-detected colorectal cancers in the sample in the Flemish population. You can see that in those who are diagnosed through a screening program, 3% have stage 4, 12% have stage 3 disease. if we look in the patients, and that's between 50 and 74, that's where we screen, between 50 and 74, those who have the diagnosis of colorectal cancer without screening, 20% have stage 4, 22% stage 3. So more than 40% stage 3 and 4. I mentioned you, it's a different country, a different population. That's 70% of the patients of early onset have stage 3 or 4 at the moment of diagnosis. Maybe that distribution, 40-70%, is not completely adequate because it's different populations, but it's clear that there is a difference in this setting in older patients. The phenotype, and that's relevant also because we treat left-sided and right-sided colon cancer if there are metastases today with different cytotoxics or different targeted agents, EGFR, VEGF inhibition. I will not go in detail. But what is clear is that if we look in some of the data, early onset colorectal cancer are more situated on the left side compared to the older population. Good news is that left-sided usually have a better prognosis compared to right-sided if there are metastases. But that's important also to see in this setting. And again, we don't understand that. That's, of course, what I explained also. The rectal cancers are in the left-sided. And left-sided is a separation at the level of the spleen. So everything distal of the spleen, so including the rectum, is left-sided colon cancer in this setting. The outcomes question is, are outcomes different in young, in early onset patients compared to later onset patients? Here you can see the red data are for patients with between 20 and 49 years old. The blue is all ages, green is 50 to 65, and orange above 65. If you compare red and orange, you see that the young onset, early onset colorectal cancer patients have a little bit of better outcome compared to the older 65 plus patients in this setting. Probably linked to the fact that the treatments are a bit more aggressive and linked to the fact that there are a bit more left-sided tumors. The question is aggressive chemotherapy more, is that necessary in young patients? What we clearly see is that, and that's also a study published a couple of years ago in JAMA Surgery, looking at adjuvant, postoperative adjuvant treatment, so patients who were operated, and looking at the number of patients receiving a postoperative treatment. You can see that that in younger patients, young adults, this was more frequently done compared to older patients in this regard. On the other hand, if you look at patients with metastasis, it seems that if you look at comparable patients, there is no difference in response to a first-line chemo and targeted therapy in young patients compared to older patients. The response rates, if you look at the different studies, are identical in this setting. Clearly, an important challenge is toxicity, and because we treat them more aggressively, the young patients, which is logical also, which is what I do also in my practice. But toxicities with that may be an important problem. Long-standing neuropathy with some of the treatments, the chemo brain, not so well known, but it's clearly that it exists, and it's clear that cognitive function may deteriorate with longer treatment on chemotherapy. That's not the reason not to give them the chemotherapy if needed, but it's clear that we should be aware and that we should invest in understanding that, and especially also in the young patients, that's crucial. We know that cardiovascular toxicity in older patients, that older patients, have treated with chemotherapy, have a higher chance of developing cardiovascular disease, chronic heart failure. We don't know so clear. Research is needed. What happens in younger patients, whether younger patients who have been exposed and have received these different treatments, whether at long term they will be more sensitive to have or more likely to develop cardiovascular toxicity. So another challenge, another topic for research in this setting. And that summarizes some of the, let's say, implications, clinical implications here: cognitive function, cardiovascular, peripheral nerve system. I will not go in detail and not further expand on reproduction. There are different separate talks on that during this meeting. Extremely relevant, an important challenge. I still see patients where before starting a treatment, a 30-year-old woman, where that's sometimes forgotten to speak about this before they embark on a treatment, before they start on a treatment. It's clear that we would love to know how we can prevent them, but I have to disappoint you. We cannot prevent these cancers right now until we know what is the cause. Screening, as was said, is not, there are not enough of data. If you look at criteria to implement of the WHO for screening program, the so-called Wilson and Younger criteria, disease should be frequent, young adult, early onset colorectal cancer, although it's an important, crucial problem. Population-wise, it's not frequent enough to implement screening strategies in this situation with the data that we do have. Acknowledging that best treatment is to prevent cancer, but that's not yet possible. And then finally, some other aspects in this, let's say, overview on some of the challenges are some aspects on the financial consequences, insurance consequences, employment security, and so on, the psychosocial stress, the time toxicity, let's call it like that, the loss in their often productive period of a professional career for some people, sometimes during studies or sometimes during the early periods, decades of their career. Financial time toxicity, let's call it like that, is crucial in this setting. These are some of the important challenges. And just to conclude, early onset colorectal cancer is an unsolved puzzle. It's important because the incidence is on the rise. Because we don't know what is the cause, because we know clearly that there are some treatment-related toxicities in this population, and you will hear about surgery in just a moment also, and some specificities in this setting. Fertility preservation and preservation of the gonadal function is key in this population, specific topic that will be addressed later in this setting. And therefore, it's extremely important that we invest, that we do concerted actions like the EU and like some others to tackle this problem in clinical and translation research to understand the different aspects, as I said. And of course, this European Code Against Cancer, which is in a couple of years ago in its update phase. The new version is not yet out, as far as I'm aware, but it's still valid. These important factors are valid for the whole population and, of course, also for early onset colorectal cancer. And with greetings from Leuven, just east of Brussels. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Van Kootsem, for highlighting some of these challenges. I think it really underscores the need for greater awareness and tailored approaches for this younger patient population. So with that, I would like to introduce Professor Gerard Beets. He's a surgical oncologist at the Maastricht University Medical Center. Professor Beets has focused his research on colorectal cancer, emphasizing functional preservation and quality of life for his patients. Today, he will discuss the surgical challenges associated in treating young onset digestive cancer patients. So please join me in welcoming him. Welcome.
Thank you. Well, thank you for the invitation. I'm a surgical oncologist. I mainly deal with colorectal cancer. I trained in Leuven also in Belgium. I went to Maastricht, to the Netherlands Cancer Center, and now I'm back in Maastricht. I will talk not only about colorectal cancer, I have some examples in upper GI cancer too, but mostly is about colorectal cancer, no disclosures. So there's one good thing about abdominal surgery in young patients, that is they are much healthier, have less comorbidity, less complications, and they can tolerate complications better. So this is the dip when you have surgical stress, but if you start higher, you recover better. So we are much better able to do bigger, larger operations on young people. I guess this is the only slide that is a positive thing in my talk. Because, so the short-term effect, young people can handle that much better. The long-term effects, that's different. The impact is different compared to the older patient because the functional demands are higher. That's been stressed already a couple of times. So their family depends on them. They had plans and ideas, and there's personal issues there, the fertility issue, and you have a longer life expectancy. If you're cured, you will be living another 40, 50 years, maybe with handicaps. So how do we deal with that? So I think it is appropriate to quote Des Hale, a mathematician. It's a kind of a platitude, the quote. So he's a mathematician. He thrives on big data, large data. We always want bigger and bigger data, and then we learn from it. But what he says here is all this big data are not valid if you're sitting in front of a patient, because that patient might be very different from the average patient of your data. So don't assume on the basis of data that you know what the patient ahead of you wants. Young patients, we always assume they want to live as long as possible and they take everything, but that is not always the case. And it's basically better just to spend some time with patients and talk with them. And you'll find out that there are older patients who want to live long too. And there are younger patients who value quality of life more than living longer. So you have to find out. So we did an experiment, a choice-based conjoint experiment in patients with rectal cancer, and we did that with patients and with clinicians. And you see here patients put quality of life issues number 1, 2, and 3, and to live longer was all the way down. And doctors put oncological outcome number 1. Now these were mostly older patients, but again, this is the average. So I think if you would ask younger patients, maybe living longer would come a little higher, but still you have to ask them. So I have 2 slides on upper GI. On upper GI, the long-term problems are mostly related to dietary intake. Gastric cancer, although our big surveys show that health-related quality of life generally recovered at 6 months. These tools are not very sensitive. I know many patients who are still suffering from weight loss. You were 70 kilograms after a gastric cancer, you are 55 for the rest of your life. You have to deal with that, not just your clothes, but they are more tired. And other problems too. Now we have tried, we've come up with different reconstructions to mitigate that a little bit, and we can to a certain extent, but this is something we have to tell patients up front and then afterwards take care of it with a dietitian, because patients will suffer from this. Esophageal cancer, they have additionally stenosis. Here you see a picture down there of a very small, so I think hardly anything passes through that. So these have to be dilated. So these patients have difficulty swallowing, half of them. That gives also weight loss. Can we avoid this? Maybe. Because with esophageal cancer, as you'll see with rectal cancer, the standard used to be and still is chemoradiotherapy and resection. But in 1 out of 3 patients, there's no residual tumor anymore. And you could think of watch and wait and active surveillance. And there is a trial in the Netherlands. It's sort of a randomized trial between patients who have a very good response, surgery or watch and wait or active surveillance. And the health-related quality of life is much better, and the survival is not inferior, although the skeptics say the red line is crossing the blue line and is going down, so maybe down the road you lose a couple of percentages. But dysphagia and dilatation is uncommon. So a lot of clinicians say for a young patient, well, you don't want to risk these couple of percentages, so we're going to do the resection. But I'm convinced you should talk to patients about this, also young patients, and offer this. For rectal cancer, so it's on the rise. It's most colorectal cancer. It's mostly left-sided, and the more left-sided you go, the more problems you have with your bowel function. It's not just the colostomy that you get when you have a very low tumor, but it's also, we can do a very low anastomosis and try to avoid a stoma, but does that work very well? The lower you go, the more trouble you have. You have incontinence, frequency, urgency, and clustering. These are all difficulties in emptying your bowel. We've labeled it the low anterior resection syndrome. So it's that common that we've given it a name. The lower you go with your anastomosis, the more problems you have. If you give radiotherapy, you have more problems. And if you have complications, you have more problems. So as an example, if you give chemoradiation, radiotherapy, and do a low distal anastomosis, 2 out of 3 have major LARS, which is of relevance for their life. And patients adapt to it, find a way to cope with it, but that goes on for the rest of your life. Sexual functional problems. So there's been a large study from Sweden, and well, maybe it was discussed before and patients forgot about it because they had other concerns, but patients reported that it was the item that was least addressed before the operation and even after the treatment. So there's not just the thing with the colostomy, the embarrassment, but women, and that's because of the radiotherapy and the surgery, it changes anatomically. So the vaginal wall falls backwards. There's pain, vaginal dryness, a 50% reduction in intercourse. In men, there's a lot of erectile dysfunction. More than half of the men have trouble, and they also have a reduced percentage of intercourse. Now, women seem to accept it more because they still can have orgasms, but men are really saying that this is troubling them. And both surgery and radiotherapy have a detrimental effect. If this is what you need to be cured, then maybe you accept it. You have to accept it. But I'll come back to that. Maybe we can change it a little bit. So patients do not like these long health, these quality of life questionnaires. Did you ever fill out one of those? There's 10 pages. You get bored. This is for research purposes. So we were in the Netherlands. We sort of thought we should make this easier, a burden of disease questionnaire. And it has generic parts and then disease-specific parts. And it's still a number of questions, but a lot less than all these EORTC questions. So there's generic things, and then there's disease-specific things. And it comes up like this. It looks a little childish, but this is what patients said they wanted most. So patients were very much involved with this. So if it's an area with a green balloon, you don't worry about it. And the patient can say, well, I have problems with intimacy or sexuality, but I don't want to talk about it. Okay, then we don't talk about it. Or they want to talk about it. So we did this for rectal cancer patients, and the patients and the clinicians, all the ones on the left, they said, these questions you should ask. But so the doctors were interested in erectile dysfunction, because we cause erectile dysfunction, the radiotherapist and the surgeon, so we wanted to know, but the patient said, no, we don't want it up there. If we say we have problems with intimacy and sexuality, that's enough. You don't need all those specifics. What can we do then? So this is for follow-up. So the score for patients to give a sign, I want this to be discussed. Can we decrease the problems? Can we give less radiotherapy? Yes, we could. And in the Netherlands, we've changed the guidelines. And in 2011, we gave 87% radiotherapy versus 37% in 2016 for this intermediate risk group of patients, knowing that surgery and radiotherapy adds all those dysfunction. And the oncological outcome was the same, exactly the same. So we've spared like 50% of patients the radiotherapy, and they have better function anorectal and sexually. For advanced pelvic resections, for advanced tumors, and I'm sorry to say, in young people, we often see more advanced tumors. We still have to do these terrible big resections, and we're going to damage things. We have to take out the sacrum and the pelvic accentuation. You're going to end up with 2 stomas. There's not much we can do about it except counseling and follow-up to take care of patients' problem. And you have to be friends with your plastic surgeons, because if you have to take out the vagina, they can reconstruct it very well. And even if it's not functional, women tell me that they feel better if they have a vagina. We could do less radiotherapy, but we can also do less surgery, and this is the field I'm working in. We now have 20 years of experience with watch and wait for patients who respond very well to radiotherapy. You can avoid a stoma and surgical resection, and there's little or no oncological disadvantage, maybe 1 or 2%, but it requires a good setup and expertise. And we've shown that if you avoid surgery after radiotherapy, that's the bars on the right. The major Lars is the red part. There's a lot less dysfunction, mainly anorectal, but also urinary and sexually. So there's a group of patients where you can avoid surgery if you have a good response. Again, some clinicians are saying, we're not doing that for young patients. They don't want to run the risk. Ask the young patients. They will tell you what they want. And we're working on it. You can wait longer, add local excision, add more radiotherapy, more chemotherapy. So we are working to increase organ preservation, to increase the quality of life of survivors. Fertility, a big thing with young patients. So we know from benign surgery, this is a curve that shows this rate of spontaneous pregnancy. Open surgery or minimal invasive surgery, you have less adhesions, so you have more pregnancy. So if we do surgery, it should all be minimally invasive. Chemotherapy, you will hear a talk about it tomorrow, I guess. Now, radiotherapy is a thing. Pelvic radiotherapy causes trouble in the gonads. You should cryopreserve either whole ovaries, you can do that, part of ovaries, or harvest some eggs or semen in the man. You can shield the gonads. This is sort of a medieval looking thing for men. It's called the clamshell. You can try to figure out how it works. And with women, we can transpose the ovaries outside of the radiotherapy fields. And then you harvest the eggs, in vitro fertilization, and place them back. But once you have irradiated the uterus, there's trouble there. So I've read about uterus transposition, putting the uterus up and back again, but I don't think that's going to be common. I think in a young patient, knowing that radiotherapy does not give a survival advantage, we should often consider avoiding radiotherapy in young women who still want to conceive. I think this is one of my last slides. In the Lynch syndrome that's been discussed, you have the risk of metachronous colorectal cancer in quite depending on the type of mutation. And surgeons had to choose, do you do a segmental resection and surveillance and run the risk of a metachronous tumor, or you do a subtotal colectomy? There you see the curves. If you do a subtotal colectomy, you have a lot less cancers, but no survival advantage. But the current trend is to do less extended resections, not only because we know which are the low and high risk variants, but because immunotherapy is going to change the field completely. So I think most centers are hardly doing any extended resections anymore. Oh no, this is my last slide. So I don't want you to pity surgeons because we're getting paid for what we do, but I want to draw your attention that taking care of young cancer patients is different from older patients. There's a lot of emotional stress going on. So patients come in, they're angry because there's been a delay in diagnosis. They want everything done tomorrow, and then they have this and that, and they want the best quality of life, but you also want the highest chance of cure. How are you going to negotiate that? And you have less data to rely on, so you have to work with that. They often push you to be more aggressive surgically, while you know that's not going to help very much. So there's lots of things going on. And if you have a complication or a mortality post-op of a young patient with a family that you had in your office, that's sort of hard for surgeons. So we should watch out for each other, and we do that. We talk with our people. So I'd like to conclude that young patients tolerate surgery and the complications much better, so we can be surgically more aggressive, should we need to be. But there's much more at stake. The dynamics are much more complicated, more intense, emotional, and it takes more time at the outpatient clinic, although patients want you to rush. You should take your time to define treatment goals with the patient and don't assume that you know. So the discussion is maximal oncological benefit versus quality of life versus fertility versus I want to keep working. And you have to discuss the long-term problems that they're going to face and mitigate them wherever possible. We don't have lots of tools to mitigate, but we have watch and wait, and we can avoid radiotherapy and do things like that. And for the ones we cannot avoid, you have to have a broad team ready with psychologists and dietitians and nurses to take care of their problems. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Beets. I think trying to understand some of these complexities of surgery and follow-up treatment is really important, and I hope we will be able to touch on this further tomorrow. Now I would like to welcome Professor Maeve Lowry. She's a leading expert in translational cancer medicine at Trinity College Dublin and a medical oncologist at St. James Hospital. She focuses on gastrointestinal cancers, leading innovative research on their genetic and molecular causes to develop targeted therapies. Welcome, Dr. Lowry.
Thanks, Natasha. And I have to say, I really enjoyed all of the talks so far today. Thank you very much for the invitation. It's been a wonderful meeting so far. So I'm going to speak a little bit about precision medicine, how we might tailor our treatments for patients with early onset digestive cancers. Now, some of this is aspirational because as of yet, we still don't have particular tailored treatments for a lot of our patients. But certainly we can aspire to do better going forward. So precision cancer medicine, what do we mean by that? We throw the term around a lot, but what does it actually mean? Well, it means in the broadest sense that people are different and that what is right for one patient may not be right for another. And this was proposed a long time ago, maybe 20, 30 years ago, was really a breakthrough in terms of treating cancer. That precision cancer medicine or targeted treatments was a new hope in the direction of cancer treatment for our patients. But actually, if you look back, precision cancer medicine or precision medicine for diseases has been around a long, long time. And actually, Hippocrates was the first ever proponent of personalized treatment, recognizing that what's right for one patient may not be right for the next. And as clinicians, a fundamental skill that we all must acquire is how to identify what is different and individual in a patient in front of us, and how to then distinguish and identify the best treatments for that patient. So when we talk about precision cancer medicine in oncology terms, as a medical oncologist, a lot of the time we're talking about identifying features to a patient, be that clinical features in a patient's history, pathologic features within the biopsy, genomic features or molecular features with biomarker tests that we can do, to either use chemotherapy more precisely in that patient or perhaps to avoid chemotherapy altogether. And new knowledge about cancer-generating pathways that we have gained over the last couple of decades has facilitated the development of treatments that are not chemotherapies in traditional sense of the word, but rather exploit the knowledge about the fundamental biology of that cancer to allow us to develop treatments which are more targeted towards the cancer cells as opposed to the non-cancerous cells, facilitating treatment that is with better efficacy and with less toxicity. So an example of that might be, let's say, a patient who carries a BRCA mutation, which predisposes within the cancer cells to genomic instability. Development of oral treatments called PARP inhibitors exploit that vulnerability and have shown efficacy in patients with BRCA mutations. So it's important to identify those in our patients if we can. We heard a lot earlier about Lynch syndrome and the importance of that in cancer predisposition, but it's also important to identify Lynch syndrome or microsatellite unstable cancers in terms of choosing immunotherapy as a potential treatment for that patient, because we know that those cancers in particular respond very well to immune checkpoint inhibitors or treatments which facilitate the patient's own immune system to recognize cancer cells as foreign and treat them. And so very important, again, that we identify that predisposing factor to guide our treatment. And then there are what we call targeted treatments. These are typically oral treatments, can be intravenous treatments, and those are directed against alterations in the cancer genome. So things we find when we sequence a patient's tumor biopsy to identify a vulnerability, that we can then match that genetic vulnerability to a potential treatment option which may or may not be approved or licensed for that patient's care. So in terms of broad cancer treatment, this has been successful in a number of solid tumours and hematologic malignancies. And the question, I suppose, in terms of our patients with young or early onset cancers is how we can tailor this to our patients who are younger. So the key question is, can we identify the distinct features of young onset cancers that could facilitate a precision approach? So is there more germline predisposition? We heard a little about this earlier on, meaning hereditary cancer predisposition syndromes. Are they more frequent? And what are they? Somatic alterations that are targetable, that means finding genetic alterations in the tumour tissue that may facilitate use of a medication that we wouldn't always consider for that type of tumour. And are there clinical or pathologic features associated with patients under 50 years of age or young patients that could facilitate a more judicious or precision use of chemotherapy or radiotherapy, as we heard from our earlier speakers? And then if we can gain those insights, we can then use those insights to work back and see, can they reflect differences in the etiologic factors that might differ between young onset and older onset cancers, and therefore facilitate a more precision approach towards cancer screening and eventually towards cancer prevention. So the question being, what makes our young patients different to our older patients, and how do we exploit that for better strategies? So I'm going to focus in the last 10 minutes on cancers we haven't heard a lot about today. So on bile duct cancers, cholangiocarcinoma, pancreatic cancer, and gastroesophageal cancers, which are also cancers we've seen to be rising in patients under the age of 50. So if we look at initially pancreas cancer, what can we say in terms of what we know about hereditary pancreatic cancer? Well, we know there's a hereditary component to pancreatic cancer in both young and older patients, and there's a paucity of data really in terms of specific young patients, because this is a rare cancer, and the young patients, of course, more rare again, but it's getting more common. What we can say is that our patients with early onset cancers have a higher chance of having a germline predisposition, known by, I suppose, this initial focus on 130 young onset cancer patients defined as patients under 60, and more likely in some slightly larger studies as well. So in this study, about 11 to 22% of patients under 60 with pancreatic cancer had a germline mutation, and that's commonly mutations in BRCA1, in BRCA2, or more rarely in Lynch syndrome. So certainly, if we look at our very young patients in this study, those under 42 years, it rises to almost 50%, and it really underscores the importance in pancreatic cancer of being referred to a cancer geneticist for a germline genetic testing to be performed. We know that should be a standard of care regardless, but it's not always available across the EU, at least not rapidly available. But for our young onset patients, it's particularly important. This European data, again, underscores the importance of looking for germline alterations in pancreatic cancer. And in this study, again, up to 22% of our young patients, meaning under 50 years of age, had a germline alteration. And those varied between BRCA alterations, BRCA1 or BRCA2, Lynch syndrome-associated mutations, but also mutations less commonly seen like PLB2, PMS2, STK11, and germline TP53 mutations, which we see more rarely in our older patients. Interestingly, patients who had these germline variations identified had better outcomes regardless of their age. And that may represent the ability to prescribe targeted treatments that exploit that knowledge. So again, highlighting the importance of that assessment. If we look then at the tumour biopsy, or what we might find on molecular assessment or comprehensive genomic assessment of patients with pancreatic cancer, we again have little data that differentiates young onset patients from older. Pancreatic cancer is traditionally regarded as a hard-to-treat cancer because it's typically driven by a mutation in KRAS, which is conventionally considered non-druggable, although newer drugs are beginning to change that paradigm. And still we see in our young onset patients here in this small study that the majority of cases are driven by KRAS mutations, by mutations in TP53, CDKN2A, and SMAD4, which are the common four driving mutations in pancreatic cancer. But looking at a slightly larger study, we have a sense that perhaps that KRAS mutations might be less common in patients with young onset pancreatic cancer. And importantly, if there are mutations not present in KRAS, the likelihood of finding a targetable mutation increases dramatically. So we know that in pancreatic cancer cases that are KRAS wild type or no mutation in the KRAS gene, that we're more likely to find targetable alterations, which can be various complex genetic alterations, including complex genomic rearrangements. So again, highlight the importance that if we have a young patient that are getting molecular profiling done, that comprehensive genomic profiling done of their tumour tissue, even in pancreatic cancer, considered a not very targetable disease, that it still is very, very important. So again, this is more European data, and it just shows again in terms of looking at what might be potentially targetable, the SCAD alterations indicate alterations that might be associated with a potential treatment option, that we see that there's a higher onset prevalence of these alterations associated with a treatment choice in patients with early onset pancreas cancer, and that these are again enriched in those KRAS wild type cases, again, regardless of age. So in terms of pancreas cancer, in terms of early onset pancreas cancer, we know from published studies that these patients are fitter and more likely to be able to receive aggressive treatment. There isn't clear evidence as of yet to demonstrate better outcomes across the board in younger versus older patients from what we know. There's some conflicting evidence around this KRAS mutation story, but certainly a sense that perhaps there may be less KRAS mutations in our younger patients and that mutational profiling is particularly important in these patients. So again, precision oncology approaches might help, and germline and somatic profiling, meaning the hereditary predisposition, looking for that, and looking for mutations in tumour tissue, all very important. So I'll move then to esophagogastric carcinoma. There is again a really a paucity of data in terms of looking at our young onset patients here, but there are some small studies that can indicate to us what those key features might be that differentiate. This study looked at what the clinical pathologic features of young onset versus slightly older onset cancers would be, including both gastric and esophageal cancer. And really we don't see a whole lot of difference in terms of what those clinical pathologic features might be, with the exception that in gastric cancer cases, we're more likely to see the Lauren classification or diffuse gastric cancer in these patients as opposed to the intestinal subtype, which is sometimes be a more difficult to diagnose subtype and sometimes associated with more likely metastatic spread. In terms of presenting symptoms, it's important because we heard earlier on about the challenge of being referred for appropriate investigations if you are young and have maybe some more vague symptoms than the common red flag ones. Again, similar presenting symptoms as one might expect, with the exception that our young patients were less likely to present with weight loss and more likely to present with pain. And I guess that's a symptom that sometimes can be dismissed as due to many other benign conditions, and so less likely to have the traditional things like swallowing difficulties or weight loss, which are those red flag symptoms that might predispose you to get a quick scope done, and perhaps more likely to have the more vague abdominal pain type symptoms that might lead to that delay in diagnosis. In terms of outcomes in our gastroesophageal patients, really we don't understand if they do better or do worse at the moment. This very large US database analysis said patients do better when they're under 50. This very large analysis said that they do worse, and this analysis said that they do exactly the same. So again, I think we have yet to tease out properly within those anatomic subgroups, firstly of gastroesophageal carcinomas, within the pathologic subgroups, exactly what the different prognostic features might be and how we might perhaps exploit those in terms of more judicious use of treatments for our patients. So looking then at the potential hereditary component to gastroesophageal cancers, in esophageal cancers, there really appears to be no difference between young onset and later onset in terms of germline predisposition factors. And we know that esophageal cancer typically is driven a lot by more environmental or dietary risk factors frequently. In gastric cancer, however, we do see an increase in the number of cases associated with germline alterations in early onset versus later onset. And that's a variety of alterations, CDH1 mutations, BRCA1 mutations, ATM, TP53 mutations, again seen. So again, a suggestion that in these cases, it's important to get germline genetic testing done, in particular CDH1, which is a high penetrance alteration which predisposes to breast cancer and gastric cancer, and which, if identified in a patient, would then usually prompt a total gastrectomy in the preventative setting. In terms of the tissue-based features or the molecular features in young onset cancers, again, hard for us to really see any difference between average onset and early onset cases. Similar expression of HER2, EGFR, FGFR, and KRAS, so really nothing there that facilitates, as of now, a precision approach in these cases. And again, this looking at esophageal cancers only, a more rare subgroup with less data available. Essentially, maybe some targetable alterations in this small study, including in FGFR2 alterations and CDH1, which might be a germline one, but nothing really that stands out at us as facilitating a precision approach. So more work to be done, certainly, in this cancer type. So in terms of gastroesophageal carcinomas, what can we say? Well, the incidence certainly is rising in gastric cancer. It's a little bit less clear in esophageal adenocarcinoma that there is a rise that is more steep than in our older patients. Patients more commonly present with pain, more likely to have diffuse gastric cancer, which is more difficult to diagnose. Germline predisposition is important, particularly in gastric cancer. We should refer our patients to be assessed for that. And as of yet, no clear difference in those molecular features in young versus average onset. But more work to do, I think, there. These studies are small and there are not very many of them. And I'll finish then on one of the more rare cancers, which rarely gets a mention actually, but is shown to be also increasing in patients under the age of 50, which is primary cancer of the bile duct or cholangiocarcinoma. Now, cholangiocarcinoma in GI medical oncology is up there as kind of a poster child in terms of a targetable disease or one which facilitates a precision approach. And that's because up to 40% of all patients with cholangiocarcinoma will have a mutation identified in tumour tissue profiling that facilitates a given drug. And there are several targeted drugs, which are oral treatments, which have been approved for cholangiocarcinoma. So we know in the community, regardless, that molecular profiling or genomic testing for cholangiocarcinoma is very, very important. So is it even more important in our young patients? And it turns out that it is. This is a collaborative study across several US institutions of over 800 patients with cholangiocarcinoma diagnosed under the age of 50. And the big targetable alterations in cholangiocarcinoma are FGFR2, I think you can see my pointer, but the first one here, FGFR2, which is a fusion event and highly targetable with high response rate to targeted treatment. And you can see there's a significant increase in FGFR2 alterations in our younger patients. ATM, which can facilitate treatment in a more precise manner with platinum-based chemotherapy and sometimes agents that target a defective DNA repair pathway, and other potential targeted alterations. So it does look as though in early onset cholangiocarcinoma we have a sense that comprehensive molecular profiling is very, very important. And that facilitates targeted treatment. And if we compare the targeted treatments used in young onset patients versus older onset patients, we can see they're slightly different. And in fact, BRAF mutations, which are much less common in older patients, are more common in younger patients. Again, targeted treatment that can be facilitated for that. And more rare alterations like MET amplification or ALK fusions, again, highly targetable alterations, IDH1 mutations, that there's a smattering of less common alterations in our young patients, which require a comprehensive genetic profile to identify. And this, again, is a topic in cholangiocarcinoma we discuss a lot. that the type of test done to profile a patient's tumour for cholangiocarcinoma needs to be comprehensive. Ideally, should include a minimum 500 gene panel, and it should include also both DNA and RNA-based sequencing, or we very frequently miss highly targetable alterations, which are fusion or gene rearrangement events. So very important to have a very high-quality test done, in particular in early-onset cholangiocarcinoma. So what can we conclude about early-onset cholangiocarcinoma? Well, we more frequently see targetable alterations in early-onset patients. We already see them frequently in our average-onset patients, so very, very important to do that profiling to a high quality in the young patients. We know that young patients are more likely to receive adjuvant and palliative systemic therapy, and that's because they're younger and they're fitter. They're more likely to participate in clinical trials. And in actual fact, in this disease, we do see a better survival with advanced disease in young versus older patients, probably reflecting our ability to use a precision approach in those young patients. So I'll conclude then in terms of where we look towards. What is the future? We need several things to improve. We need to improve our knowledge base, particularly around these rarer digestive cancers. We need to focus our research programs in terms of identifying the molecular features and genomic features which can, I guess, help us then work backwards, identify the etiologic factors which predispose to this. We need to use those insights then to develop better, precise, personalised strategies, not just for treatment, but also potentially for screening and for cancer prevention. And to conclude then, just to highlight, as I've kind of tried to highlight throughout the presentation, it is very important that young patients have access to germline genetic testing. I think that should be universal in young patients with digestive cancer under the age of 50. That there is access to comprehensive molecular profiling, so a good, high-quality, comprehensive molecular profile of tumour biopsy tissue or blood-based tissue, if that is an alternative at your institution. There should be availability to clinical trials, and that should include phase 1 clinical trials. We know we heard earlier about equity of access in Europe, and I think that cross-border access to early phase clinical trials and targeted therapy across EU borders should be a particular focus of advocacy, because that, I think, coming from a small country with limited trial access, I think is very, very important for our patients. And we'll hear, I think, much more tomorrow about the importance of age-appropriate supportive care for young patients, which is a whole other feature in terms of personalised cancer treatment. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Lowry, for that insight into precision medicine. So now let's switch gears a bit and open up for a panel discussion. I'd like to take this moment to introduce two very special individuals who we have here on stage. Maybe we can pass this down. I've had the opportunity to get to know them over the last few months, and I think they're remarkable. So I'll let them introduce themselves. We have Mila and we have Gabe. Take a minute, introduce yourselves, and then feel free to start the discussion, or you can pass it over to me and I can get it rolling.
Is it on? Oh, yeah. So, I don't know what to start with, but my name is Gabriel. I am 22 years of age, and I was 21 when I was diagnosed with biliary tract cancer and multiple liver metastases. That was in March of last year. So the total journey so far hasn't been that long, but there's been a lot happening. I don't know how much I should introduce about myself.
You have a few more minutes. You can keep going.
A small background about me is that I work a lot with food, which is fitting enough in this context. I started as a chef, and I actually just finished before I got sick, and I haven't been able to continue work since then. Sorry, do you want to introduce yourself?
Hi everyone, I'm Mila. I was diagnosed with mistakes and learning from them. So I was just starting to develop as an individual, and that was taken away from me, or that had to stop. So being young and facing such a serious illness, it can be, and it is in fact, quite isolating. But I would love to remark and emphasize the fact that age should never, ever be a barrier towards getting the appropriate care and attention from everyone, especially healthcare professionals. and that's me. Thank you.
Yeah, I don't know what to add specifically, but I just remember that my journey to actually getting a diagnosis wasn't a straightforward one, if you would say. I had very severe symptoms, if you would see them in older people. I had jaundice, I had a lot of itching, symptoms that could definitely lead to something related to the liver or quite severe disease, but because of my age, I was repeatedly just shoved away pretty much. No, don't do anything, or no, you have hepatitis A or B. But I was even diagnosed with it, but that didn't matter apparently to the, at least in the beginning, to the Swedish healthcare system. And there's a lot of different values that show different things, and one of them is called bilirubin, and I can't remember specifically exactly right now what it does, but it causes jaundice among other things. And my value was peaking and becoming higher and higher towards rates that are not able to be if you're not very, very sick. And despite that, when I finally got to a healthcare facility, they still just wanted to send me home and give me ibuprofen, pretty much, until one doctor came in and say, well, we don't know what's wrong with him, so maybe we should just actually let him stay the night and then do a full CT scan and everything. And then finally at that moment, I got my diagnosis and could actually start treatment. But the journey to get to that point was unnecessarily long, and I think a very large part of it was because of my age. And I had never been sick before. I had no previous encounters. I had nothing that could point towards it, but just a freak accident, I guess.
Thank you both for sharing parts of your story. I'd like to now ask our clinical experts here, what can we do to speed up this diagnosis process for young patients like this? How can they be taken seriously? What are the questions they need to ask, or how can we improve this discussion between patient and doctor to get action faster? I think I'll have to use the mic, yeah.
It's not easy, but I think it's a matter of education of physicians, and spreading out the information, like saying, and like, so that everybody knows, physicians know that cancer can occur in young adults, and that if symptoms, the typical symptoms do occur, like for colorectal cancer, like blood loss or change in stool patterns or whatever, some of these symptoms in some patients, they don't point out to cancer, of course, but that they should be educated, should be aware, should spend the time, so that these symptoms are taken seriously, so that as well 35-year-old or 25-year-old or whichever age young patient is examined until a diagnosis is made, and not the other way around, like blood loss, oh, it's probably hemorrhoids or whatever, or change in stool patterns, it's probably irritable bowel syndrome, which may be the case, but that's often an exclusion diagnosis. So I think structuring a healthcare system, that's of course not something an individual can do, that's politicians and whole society who does that. But then that's education, and so that physicians, and that's often in the first line. There are countries with a stronger first line medicine, with a stronger system of GPs. There are countries with
who don't have a good GP system, then it's even more difficult. But in GPs, of course, they see many patients, and probably 95 out of 100 with, let's say, change in stool patterns and abdominal discomfort is in the setting of irritable bowel syndrome. But it's just for this couple of other patients. They should pay attention to that. So my answer to your question, if it should be a one word, it's education, and the second word is awareness.
Absolutely.
By the healthcare professionals.
Would either of you like to comment as well?
So, if I'm not mistaken, the three of us, we are cancer specialists. We see most patients with a diagnosis already, makes it easier for us. So to hear these stories is really heartbreaking, but I also understand that general practitioners, if they see someone 20 with jaundice, that they don't do a scan immediately. But after a while, there should be some
alarm bells,
some alarm going off, and I think we're putting too much weight on statistics. So if it is rare, we just make it a binary decision. We say it doesn't occur, and it occurs from 50. But as you say, this is something that should be in the training of general practitioners. But then again, I've seen general practitioners who were worried, referring patient to a specialist, and then the specialist was not worried because the patient was young. So so I think rare doesn't mean that it doesn't happen.
I agree with all the education piece and the lies with our primary care colleagues, for sure. There's also a requirement, though, for investment in the healthcare service to have rapid access to diagnostics.
Yeah.
And that, I think, varies a lot across different European countries. So the concern is maybe you might get referred for a colonoscopy. If you wait a year and a half for that colonoscopy, that's no good, is it? Similar to endoscopy, or referred for an ultrasound, the ultrasound is done 9 months later. That's no good either. So there needs to be a joined-up piece. Yes, education and awareness among our primary care physicians, but they may not refer because they know how long it's going to take or difficult to get that diagnostic. Right. So the diagnostic pathways also are really important. And I think also the red flag issues, I see a lot of patients in their 30s, 40s who have maybe reflux and are prescribed a PPI and an antacid. The reflux goes away and then they have weight loss a year later. So there should be red flag symptoms that should prompt a test, and that test should be available in a reasonable time frame also.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
So can I ask both of you, while you were in the delay, were you worried that there was more? Did you know there was more going on?
I did, because I went to my general doctor every single month, and they didn't believe me. And I was facing so many symptoms and weird things that I knew something was wrong. So you go to the internet and you search for symptoms. And the first word was cancer, but it was ovarian cancer. So when I told that to my medical doctor, or like the pediatric one, she was like, "Oh yeah, no worries. You just take too much air while you're eating. So that's why you're so bloated, and that's why it's hard, and that's why you don't go to the bathroom, and that's why you don't have any energy, and that's why you're always in a weird mood." And that's like, yeah. So I had the, how can I say that, the gut feeling that something was wrong, and the fact that no one believed me because I was young was even more heartbreaking. Not even professionals, but like your family and friends. Yeah. Don't worry, it's not gonna be that important. So it's just gonna be like, yeah, maybe, I don't know, just too much air while you're eating. So yeah.
I think if you feel something is wrong, you should keep on harassing the doctor. He's not gonna like you, and maybe you're wrong, but don't worry, keep on going there.
Or chase a second opinion with someone who might listen.
To answer the question very briefly, yes, since there were way too many symptoms for nothing to be there, And I was also, they kept saying that I had hepatitis A, or since I was young, I had to have shared needles or had unprotected sex or have done something reckless. They asked those questions I don't know how many times, and they never really believed the answer. But I also get that it's rare, but it's possible. Nothing, no explanation. They just wanted.
So did they say sorry to you?
No, I actually never got to meet that specific nurse again. But yeah.
The story of Mila is more, and that's what we see more often, the story of Mila. And also in one of the slides I showed that's, unfortunately, that's reality, because these symptoms are typical, this bloating, and they are related to IBS, which is more frequent. So therefore, education and telling that this is exclusion. Your story is a bit more different and in the setting, without going in details, because jaundice is usually an alarm system. You mentioned if you have jaundice, your bilirubin is elevated. Hepatitis A and B is just an easy test. That's just one blood test where you have the result the next day, and you know if it's not, if it's negative,
and they still just
so that's a bit
nothing.
difficult to understand in a normal healthcare system.
I don't understand either. Maybe they were very rushed that day and week.
I see that there are clearly a strong need for a lot of HCP education and awareness, and I think it's important that we can create that education and awareness with patients so that
I see there an important role also of this type of meetings, not only of bringing researchers and healthcare professionals and patients together, but also if we can communicate, and I speak with my head as one of the 3 DICE founders, communication is crucial. I think this can contribute to, let's say, the communication if we make some noise about this type of meeting and have a continued plan together with the EU and others.
I think this is a pivotal step moving forward, and it's something that Digestive Cancers Europe really sees the need for, increased HCP awareness and education, and I think we have the community to support us and bring that information to the clinicians. Thank you so much for sharing part of the struggles that you have encountered. We do have time for a question from the audience, or if there's someone who'd like to share a comment or ask Mila or Gabriel a question, or one of our experts, we do have time. Do you have a mic, maybe? Just raise your hand, and Laura will be happy to.
It is more like a comment instead of like a question, but from a patient perspective also, I think it's, and from the patient advocate, right now, someone who is involved with several organizations, it is also important to like kind of try to explain to patients what rights they have. Because if we go to the doctor who is kind of like, you know, someone who should know better, but we don't know our rights, we don't really know what we can actually demand and what we deserve to have. And this is like another perspective also, to try to be as much active and proactive in the whole treatment process, and even to the point of being demanding, maybe even a little bit offensive, but who cares, it's our life. Instead of just, you know, trying to be like super, yes, okay, thank you, I will just go and then wait. I'm not saying that that's what happened, because if you are younger, it's much harder to demand anything from someone who is an authority in any kind of medicine. But I think this is also important, and also like a huge task for us as patient advocates and patient organizations to encourage patients to be more demanding and to know their rights and what they can get in their countries' homes, countries' health systems.
Thank you, Pat. I think that's a great reminder to patient organizations that this is something we can work towards educating and empowering patients with, so that they feel like they can have these conversations with their healthcare providers. I think there was one more question.
Good evening. I'm Ala Grabowska, I'm patient advocate. Just a quick question around this diagnosis. What role do you see of AI in the future to improve this early diagnosis? Because we are relying so much on kind of on the knowledge of healthcare professionals, and yeah, is there projects that you are aware of that will change and maybe help them in this? Thank you.
AI will be important, that's a general statement, but it's crucial. Just a couple of examples for colorectal cancer where it may be important, but I'm better in predicting the past than the future, but may be important in endoscopic diagnosis, AI. And there are now some data that, for instance, in those patients with known hereditary predisposition with Lynch syndrome, that AI programs on top of the visual inspection of the colon during colonoscopy detects more of these flat lesions. So that's, for instance, one of these things. That's not at the level of the symptoms of the two patients that we have here. So that's one aspect. Two, AI may probably, and for sure, or will probably for sure, in radiology, in the diagnosis, in screening diagnosis, looking at small metastases, will probably contribute. It will not replace a radiologist. And a third example that I can think of in oncology is in the field of what Mavry was explaining, in looking, once we know much more of the gene signatures, not the individual genes, but the gene signatures, unraveling the gene signatures. For instance, colorectal cancer, we know that there are different molecular subtypes, which is a composition and a combination of different genes. So AI will play an important role. And that's just 3 examples. There are for sure other examples my colleagues can give.
Yes, another example that we're working on is for rectal cancer. Mostly we give chemotherapy, chemoradiation, and surgery. Just everything we have. So if AI would be better to predict this tumor is not radiosensitive, so we skip the radiotherapy. Or this tumor doesn't require chemo, let's only do surgery. So a way to de-escalate surgery or to give less intensive treatment with the same outcome. And for skin tumors, AI is already making diagnosis for melanoma.
I think one other aspect would be in the precision prevention side of things. So, you know, there is an at-risk population out there, but we don't know who they are. If it was one simple risk factor, then we would have identified that already. So we need to combine what we understand about onset cancers and then apply AI-based methods in terms of multi-omic analysis, integrating clinical pathologic features, to be able perhaps to identify the at-risk population. Maybe that's going to be a score, so that if someone comes with a symptom, we can perhaps combine assessment of that symptom with a knowledge of the risk that that individual patient has based on genomic features, based on clinical features, based on environment or location or geographic location, and then maybe modify our interventions accordingly.
Thank you all for your insights. I think we could have a whole conference on AI and diagnosis and treatment predictions. If there are any more questions, Cyril, now is a good time.
Hi, Cyril from France. I'm in charge of the unique colorectal cancer association in France. I have a question for our 2 young patients. So all of that thing is because nobody was listened to you. And now, what is your fight, your action to accept to be listened, to communicate, to make people aware about that could happen even when you are young?
Sorry, could you repeat that question? I couldn't.
What are your action, your fight to make people, to make a politician, to make your friend, your people around you, to that colorectal cancer could happen before the age?
I mean, it's very hard to make a large difference as just one single individual in this world, I feel like, unless you've got the right forums to do it. But more than anything, it's showed me, and what I try to show others is that anything is possible. I mean, I got a cancer type that's the average age is, I believe, 74 at the age of 21, and it's by far the youngest I've ever seen someone yet. But there's also countless things happening that are not as relevant, but are statistically as rare that we just don't notice. And I try to spread awareness that, yeah, that anything can be done and can happen, and they need to maybe pay attention and strive more for what you want and what you feel, and listen to your body.
I will say an honest and open communication about it, not only about your symptoms, but about cancer, breaking the taboo around the word cancer, because I think it's too powerful and we don't talk about it enough. We don't have the right education. So those misconceptions and the lack of information, honestly, and the lack of communication about it, I think that's crucial. And I was very committed since the beginning to talk about it openly and freely without any judgment. And I think that's the key to not only raise the awareness, but also bring awareness. And yeah, I think it's key to keep this communication open and continuously.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing your insights. Thank you to our experts. Oh, there's another question. Oh, Ali, sorry.
Hi there. I'm Ali Stanton. I thought I was an early onset patient diagnosed with pancreatic cancer, age 41. And I have to say, in response to your question, these two young people who are younger than my own children are incredibly brave. And what you are doing today is actually putting that awareness out there. And thank you so much for taking the courage and the time to tell your story, because it's not easy. And you're facing an incredible journey. And I just thank you. That's all I have to say.
Thank you.
I think with that, we obviously thank you both, Mila and Gabe, for being vulnerable, for being up here and sharing a small part of your journey. If you're interested in learning more about either of their stories, we have it documented in a book that we will publish in 2025, but you can have a quick early look at it on the monitors that are in the break room. I'd also like to take this opportunity to thank our experts for being here, for sharing your insights, your experience, and your expertise. We look to working closely with all of you in bringing more awareness and bringing change and resources to this topic of early age onset digestive cancers. Thank you, everyone, for your participation. I think this will wrap up day one for us. I hope it was inspiring and insightful to everybody. I hope you use the break that happened and the breaks to come as a way to network and get to know each other and create this community that we are striving to create, where information is shared and experiences are shared and we learn from that. So thank you, everyone, for joining. This will conclude our virtual streaming for today. Thank you, everyone, for joining us online. And for those of you who are here in person, we look forward to welcoming you to dinner. That will be at 8 o'clock in Ballroom A, which is right next door. So no need to travel anywhere. Enjoy the next, I guess, few hours off before dinner, and we'll see you then. Thank you. Thank you.